Big
Yo, good morning, everybody. How is everyone doing? Welcome to the stream. If it does not say live at the bottom of your device, this stream is not live. You behind. Come on up front. Go back. Let's go ahead and get you on track here. So, what's up, guys? Welcome to the live stream that we are going to. I was actually going to label this Road to $1,000,000. Road to $1,000,000. But I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Not that isn't something that's feasible. Anyway, good morning, guys. Let's make sure we have sound and everything's good. Please let me know in the chat below. Can you guys hear me? Everything's well and good. You guys can see the monitor. You guys can see the screen pretty clearly. We're going to go over some charts, and we're going to go through our game plan today, and we're going to see what we can pull out here at the end of the day. Just a little bit of a recap. We have already made some money in RGTI. We have made some money in not Lululemon, I'm sorry, TLT. Let me continue to go through the stuff here. Citigroup I have not traded yet, which we're going to talk about. We're going to go through the stocks that are trending, everything that's in the news. We'll start with the overall markets. Let's get ready to rumble. Another thing, hit the like button, subscribe. Stream contribution link is in the description. You guys can probably see that at the top of your screen. I need to get rid of that because I'm sure it is annoying seeing. I forgot that that was up there. All right. Secondly, all right, second thing on the agenda. There are a ton of layoffs. Kohl's, right, announced layoffs a couple days ago. I think it was Tuesday afternoon. Second, yesterday, BP is now, they came out with an announcement yesterday. I don't know when it was. I know it was later in the afternoon when I seen it, but BP, I think, is laying off. Don't quote me on this, but I think right around, it's either like 4 or 9,000. I know that's crazy, but I know it was up there. We can look it up right now. Let's do this real quick. Hold on one second, guys. I'm going to get you guys news. So the reason I say that is yesterday you had Barkin come out and talk about possibly a few more rate cuts that could be. He said, I think yesterday he said that you could see another 2 to 3 more rate cuts because he is in my opinion, the bear of the Fed. And when you hear him say that, that's because he knows these layoffs are coming and there's an imbalance between inflation and the labor market. And they want to try to get ahead of it. They may be starting to think, and they don't care, it is what it is, that they're a little bit behind. They should have cut a little bit more. Maybe they shouldn't have slowly went into the cutting, but we can see why. All right, so anyway, the reason I say that is because if you watch the playbook of how they went into rates, they're doing the exact opposite going out of rates. Right? They sped into it, slowed out. They're slowing into the Fed rate cuts, and if they have to, because you want to leave that meat on the bone in case something happens here. All right, BP layoffs. Let me type this in real quick. BP layoffs. So over 5% of the workforce is what this says. All right, 5% of the workforce. 4,007. This is from Yahoo Finance. It says roughly around 4,700 jobs. I had a feeling it was one of those numbers. So be careful out there. Kohl's mentioned also layoffs. And then you get that headline from New York Fed Barkin that expect I think it was like 2, 3, or 4, if not 5. I think it's like 2 to 3 rate cuts, something like that. Possibly 4 rate cuts next year. Again, don't think that they don't talk to CEOs, okay? All right, let's get right into the stream. Let's get into our levels. Let's get into the news and where we're going to try to make some money today going into next week. Let's do this. Bada bing, bada boom. Please, again, guys, do me a big favor. Hit that like button for me. That's all we ask. If you guys make any money with us today, all right, that the contribution link to the stream to continue to keep this free is in the description. All right. Let's see here. So let's start with the SPY and what we saw and talked about yesterday. All right, let's check in on RGTI. Tesla still underneath the 20-day, still underneath 420. Let's go check out RGTI real quick. Let's check out IONQ. RGTI under $11. I'm just waiting, being patient. So we talked about this trade yesterday. IONQ, right around the same place, but it's above that support level from the after hours, right? You guys see this on IONQ. You see how you're right up there. After hours support, you're still above that, the little support zone. RGTI is not. Okay, RGTI is not above that zone right there. Oh, well, you know what? I guess that support zone, you could consider it to be 1080. All right, so that's that. Let's look at earnings. We're going to go into the SPY. Just give me 1 second. I'm just finishing up one thing here, and we are ready to rumble. Hit that like button for me, please. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. Let's have a great day today. Shit. Give me one. Come on. Trending names. SPY. Up at prior day's high. Still a bit of resistance up there at 594. So 594 to 595 is the zone that I have. All right, the SPY. I'm watching this zone. In my opinion, this is a minor zone. Okay? It's just if you break above this zone, keep an eye on that. You start turning this into support, 594 into support. You got to get above and hold and then extend. You got to extend off of that 595, okay? You have the 20-day. I'm pretty sure it's the 20-day and the 50-day at the bottom left or the bottom right, guys, that you were, you kind of traded right in between. This is somewhat of a bearish signal, but I'm not going to be bearish as far as what's going on with the 10s, 30s, and the dollar, and the euro, and the Aussie. All right, because we're getting that reversal. You're not going to have that foreign exchange pressure. Hopefully, start to weigh in and start to give some hope here for these earnings. Because if the currencies do not turn around, then you could have had an earnings season here where Apple, Microsoft, all these companies just talked about long-term rates and the foreign exchange rates. But it looks like there's starting to be a shift. They will mention it. Let's see if they can guide back. If we do get a pullback and a guidance, bit of a guidance pullback, let's look to see the next few quarters. I'm just taking a guess at this. This was the playbook for 2022. Going into 2023, they lowered expectations to a certain point that they were just being beat, and that's, I feel like, what's allowed us to get to where we are. So, but we'll see. So watch that 50-day moving average. It's right there at 595 on the SPY, guys. That red line right there, the bottom right of your screen. The volume as well, the sell side pressure has kind of eased, which is a good sign. Maybe the sellers step away for a little bit. Let's see if they can help run this market up. All right, that's the 50-day moving average right there that we're looking for to get above, hold it, and we're looking for 600. Look for that 600 to 602. All right, that's what I'm going to be looking for out of the SPY. If you pull out a 4-hour chart, the Qs look a lot better, but you're regaining these levels. So 600, and if we cannot get back above and hold 595, I'm looking at least for another test of 585. I don't think you'll test it today. I haven't looked at the volume yet, pre-market. All right, have not looked at pre-market volume and everything yet. It's not, look here, let's see. I just don't know if we're going to get it. And you know what? We can go here, which we're going to do. Let's look at the Qs. All right, another one that's putting in, let's see. So where'd you close at yesterday? Boom, boom. So you can see here, SPY is at prior day's high and Wednesday's high. The Qs are below. They're not at, but they're below prior day's high and Wednesday's high. Okay, so there's a bit of weakness there with the Qs. So you can sense the divergence, right? So that means when we go into the IWM and the Dow, that's really where your strength is with financials. All right, so this 4-hour chart on the Qs here, down at 500, beautiful. Flat top resistance there, break above, boom, boom. We're just having a really nice pullback here. The pullback does have some pretty serious volume. We need this volume to start picking up here. So for the Qs, I'm watching 520, and it says it's pretty much that easy. All right, 520. Pivot low, right? Try to hold. You try to extend, you come back to retest it, it fails to hold. It tries again, fails to hold. All right, and it was also resistance this morning as well. Right, here's your resistance zone right there, 520. Bink, bink. So 520. There's also another level here at 517.50, but I'm going to try to keep. I don't want to have a whole bunch of levels on my chart to kind of throw me off. So I'm just going to play the range. And really, in my opinion, the range would be down here where we're at right now, which is 515, 514.85, 515. You can see we're trying to hold it now on the Qs. And then look for that bounce back up into this zone at 520. All right. You can see here multiple times. You tested it right there. Tested it here. Tested it there. You could not hold it there. You actually tested it again right there to reject it. Right. And then yesterday you tested it again there. All right. So there's that. Let's see here. Let's go back to that 30-minute real quick. And that's as simple as that, right? So if we continue to hold 515, nice $5 move, prior day's high. All right, 519, 520. So we'll look for that. And if you get up above that, then it's clear skies above 525, 530. I'm looking for every $5 there. All right. 515 fails to hold. 510. Nice support level down there. You kind of tested it yesterday, but you didn't quite get all the way down into 510, which is okay. Then obviously that 500 mark you got to watch. So what we need here is this. The Dow and the IWM. This is where our strength is. This is where our strength has been. Now the Dow is also coming up to resistance. Now what you want to do is look at a lot of those names and see what they're doing. The major names in these indexes. The IWM. Back above 225. 225 in my opinion. I guess you could say there's that previous pivot high here up at 227, 227.50. But if we hold 225, that's a nice $2 move back to 227.50. All right, so that's what I would be watching. I'd be watching this previous zone up there. Because you can see even here, each time, you didn't quite hold it there, but like here, look at those two wicks there, right? Boom, look at that resistance. All right, so that's a zone there. We also should go look and see what so that's our 20-day moving average that we were holding support for 2 days. The bottom right of my screen. All right, we were holding this as support. It's a beautiful thing here. So, same thing as the Qs. If we look at this, right, look at the bottom right of this. We'll go back, okay, and I'm looking at the top screen. Throw up the daily chart. Look at this daily chart, right? What does this remind you of? Go to a 4-hour. Hell with it. Man, the IWM has to get up there. Look at that weekly chart there. You do not want to continue to make 220 resistance. That was support from the COVID high that we went into another bear market. So here's the 4-hour. Just like the Qs, right? You get this massive flat top resistance zone up here, right? 225, 225, 225. All in this zone right there. Boom. And that's exactly what the Qs are doing. We want to start turning that into support, not resistance. Here's your pivot low. You held it. You're ripped. You pulled back to it, and you sliced right through it. Listen, what was that? That's the other thing you guys want to keep on your watch. The Fed Day. We have recovered Fed Day. The majority of all the markets, of all the indexes, I haven't looked at ARK, ARKK. Now, it looks like the Qs on a 4-hour time frame, they recovered it a bit yesterday, and they gave it up. But we're right back above it. Watch that Fed Days close. You have two things I'd be paying attention to here, right? That's that flat top resistance on a longer term trend right there, right? Boom, 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 boom. Flat top resistance where the gray box is on the line. Support, support. You pull into it. Support, support. Same thing for what? Right? Same thing for the IWM. Flat top resistance right here. Hold. Could not hold. Resistance, resistance. We're back above it at 225. So continue to keep that Fed Day on watch. You got to recover it. You're back above that prior day's close on the IWM. So watch the Dow, right? The Dow is really, in my opinion, our leader right now. Keep an eye on the IWM, on this like cup right there. Watch that pivot low, right? That pivot low. See, the Qs and the SPY never really put it in. But the Dow, Right there. Well, we are above it actually. So right there, boom. Let me pull it. Let me make a 4-hour chart here, guys. Crypto's up, MSTR. So there's that pivot low. Okay, so we are holding it now. So you can see the Dow has recaptured that pivot low right there. All right. So 435 on the Dow. I just want to put into relevance, this may be going over some people's head, and if it is, just, let me know in the chat. But if you have any questions, but this is important to see where these things are. And look where the Dow is. The Dow has almost taken back the sell-off from that Fed day. You're almost at the Fed day high on the Dow. That is where your strength is. So if you want to be long something, I would be seriously thinking about the strong names in the Dow. You want me to give you a clue? Goldman Sachs making new highs, making new all-time highs. Goldman Sachs making new all-time highs. Big Dow name. Semiconductors not doing so well. Intel's not going to do so well. Oh, well, we just had earnings, from financials. JP Morgan making a new high. New all-time high. That is where your strength is. To start out the year, right? These are up the most, guys. To start out the year, wherever you want to put this as far as the daily charts are. So that's where your strength is, guys. That's where it's at. Now, it looks like it's getting a bit toppy here, so we would look to see here in the beginning of February. So if this pullback can hold. If this pullback holds and we start trying to extend higher, I'm going to tell you right now, I will continue to put another position and add more to the financials. Because I will just ride the first quarter with, look at the volume that's coming in on these two. Okay? So that's a little bit of a look into the long term. Now, I'm not, unless we hit the our goal for our likes, unless we get some donos coming in here, you get the likes up, subs up, donos get sent in, then I'll give you guys everything that it is that I do. I work a lot of my money. There's a lot that I do not say on here. As far as my long term, my trades, try to give you guys some of the trades that I'm looking at. I have no problems with that. But what do you do with that money? How do you want to get yourself to $1 million, $2 million, $10 million, $50 million, $100 million? Trust me, there's people out here, young, old, middle-aged men and women, all out there getting it. You can be a part of it. You just have to put yourself in the game and play the game correctly. All right? So, with that said, so we have the Dow. So we know where our strength is, guys, right? So what I want you guys to be aware of, though, is where we have this resistance up here. And I would watch, the leader, which would be the Dow. I would watch that resistance zone. If it cannot, I don't expect it to get up through it the first try. I don't. Okay, I don't expect it to jump right through it the first time it tests it. All right, it'll probably run up there, test it, pull back, play around, waste some more time, wait for Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, Netflix earnings, right? Or whatever else it may need. All right, so let's go into some of the stocks that are trending right now. So again, I think that's, guys, that is so important. Right? It's so important. You know what is like, picture this year for your long term, quarter by quarter by quarter. What is starting out? Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, they're making all-time highs. So I'm telling you right now, you do not have to ask me if we get this pullback hold on this daily chart. You do not have to ask me to start out the year. These things are ripping, putting in a tail up here. If you get a pullback and you hold anywhere in this zone, I'm going to look for the first quarter of the year to just ride this strength. And I'll just keep watching the Dow. All right, this is just one idea, all right, of many. And the money I make from this, just as a 6-month trade, I'm going to tell you guys right now. For me, I don't care about taxes. If you ain't paying taxes, you ain't making no money. Sure, I own a lot of these names. I've been owning them for years. But as far as 2025, outside of trading, I know this is what we have going on right now. All right, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan. So this sector is really strong. All right. Obviously, we just got the earnings, blah, blah, blah. So you guys just want to let you guys just full transparency. We pull back and hold these zones, okay? I will be continuing to ride this into the next quarter, and I'll take profits as we go on whatever position I start to put on in 2025. The stuff that I owned from last year, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I'm not selling that unless there's an absolute need. Now, I might, because it comes to a certain point where it's like, if you don't take it, it ain't yours until you take it. So remember that. All right? I have no problem taking some profits off on anything because it's not yours until you take it. All right, so let's go into some trades here. Please hit the like button for me, subscribe. I know I can't keep a viewer for more than 5 seconds. It's crazy, but it's all good. I'm only here just recording my trades and everything. So, and if someone finds some benefit from it, awesome. All right. First things first. So the first thing we have is Apple. There was some news yesterday with Apple. Apple's down right now 4%. All right, Apple's down, or was down, about 4%. Give me 1 second, guys. Let's look at this. I was just looking at Intel. I don't know why. Look at Intel here. Something's going on here with Intel. Something's going on with Intel here. There's not really anything out just yet. Insights from 10 analysis reviews. It could be just somebody wanting to purchase it or something going on here. And this could just be some crazy trigger. Let's see here. 10 analysts have shared their evaluations of Intel during the recent 3 months, expressed a mix of bullish and bearish perspective. Table summarizes recent ratings. Okay, cool. So either way, it's got you making some type of money. Either way. Whether it's $19.50 and you make 50 cents. So that's crazy. We'll look at that a little bit later on. So here's the names of the analyst firms, their rating. We'll look at that a little bit later. All right, this is a massive move here, guys. Unless somebody didn't show up to their spot at the New York Stock Exchange, this could be some kind of crazy tick here. Remember, I don't know if you guys remember a couple years ago when there was a basket of stocks that just ripped, or there wasn't a market maker behind them. You could always have issues like that. So this thing could be back down where we open. I don't know if that's going to happen because there is some nice volume behind it. Let's go look here. Just in case, let's just go ahead and do an analysis on Intel. All right, the Dow's strong, so we got that for us. It's in 20-day moving average. We have a huge gap there, guys. Look at this gap. I may want to try it. If we can pull back and hold $20, I may end up going for this, guys. I may end up going for this. It's going to take the trade away. Really 21. All right, so outside of 21 on your chart, bottom right of the screen, here's your 20-day moving average. All right, and your 50, 100, and 200 day are way above you. Way above you. Nice, some nice divergence here as well. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm going to tell you guys right now. Intel is going to be a stock that I put on a position, and I'm going to give it some time. You have some nice divergence here taking place. New low, boom, boom, boom. We just don't have, we haven't had any volume. Had some back here. Okay, cool. Awesome. All right, so Intel is going to be at the top of the list. Resistance is there at $21. Pullbacks off of 2021. You have a mild level at 2050. And then another level, major level in my opinion, at $20. This thing's climbing like crazy, guys. This thing's climbing like crazy right now. Edit properties. Let's go to 2. I don't want to waste a bunch of time here. It's 8:12. Let's hurry up. Breaking news. Let's see here. Breaking pharmaceutical news. Dude. All right, let's go through Intel real quick because this thing is moving. There are some CMS names drugs from Medicare negotiation. Ozempic, Trelegy, Ellipta, Ofev, Xtandi. I don't know. All right, so Intel up here at resistance. If we go to the daily chart. So 21. Damn, I mean this could be a nice run if we can get this thing going. You have nothing. You have nothing in here. Not even moving averages. You have nothing in that zone. You can see this thing back at 24. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, I'm gonna write Intel down right now and keep it on the list. You got to get above any pullback, low volume pullbacks. I'm going to look to try to get through $21. I'm going to be patient with this trade because I don't want to get played. This thing is just down in the dumps. And if I do trade this, I'm going to tell you guys right now, I'm going to give this thing time. It's going to have time. Like I'm going to be going out a month, 2 months, 3 months even. Okay. So there's your wick there. I would be targeting $22, you guys. I think, this was a level here at 21. Look for pullbacks. Let's see where our pullback would take us. I don't want to pull back all the way to there. I'm just going to keep it every 50 cents like we originally had. 2050. 2050. So I'm going to put a dotted line there. I'm going to write that down. All right. Let me actually, I want to put this one because that's an entry point. Use that for my entries. All right. So pullbacks down into previous resistance zones here. 2050, 2025. 2025 looks a little bit better because if you look at it like this is a wall that's kind of blocking you, like if you end up pulling back, there's nothing there to hold it. Exactly, it's pulling right back down. Chances are I want to say 2025, but I don't even know if 2025 is going to hold. You may have to just literally hold $20 and start trying to build some type of uptrend. We'll watch it and we'll come back to it. All right, the next stock on the list, guys. All right, Lululemon. Look at this support zone right here. All right. This had some news with it a couple days ago. Once again, could not get through and hold 400. And what I'm going to do right now, while CNBC is talking about this drug stuff, I'm going to go fill up my coffee after this Lululemon. I just wanted to keep you guys occupied. But 370, we're there now. We're down at 370 as we speak. All right. We tried to get above 400. We failed to hold it. All right. Multiple times. You had news. You spiked above it. Could not hold 400. We gave the short out. All right. Target 390, 380 was our target. We're now down at 370. So if 370 holds, if 370 can hold, which in my opinion, there's not really a major support level until you get back down to like 350. I mean, there's a pivot high here at 370. So for now, 370 is holding. You have a bit of a double top there. If we break through 370, you would look for that nice little retest there, and you could find yourself another $20 move back down to 350. Get this gap filled down at like 350, 340 zone. Okay? This is the area that I'm targeting. 350. 350. And think about this. Lululemon to start the year. The second week into the year. This thing's red. This thing's going red. Just about. All right, so this would be the target, 350, 340 zone. All right, that's my target, okay? See what happens. I'm not ruling out the long either. Okay? I'm not ruling out the long. You have some increase in volume as well. So, pivot high. I'd really like to see this thing get back to 350. So what I would look for is to see if we can't get back through 380, then I'm looking for the entry point short. I'm looking for a low volume bounce. And today, if we cannot get above that 380 zone right there, and that 20-day moving average, which is that green box, please hit the like button for me. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. If you guys make any money with the trade ideas or with us trading today, link is in the description if you guys want to give back any contributions to continue to keep this stream free. All right, so there you go. Bounce backs into 380. If we fail to get above it, I want to look for a short for the break to low a day. Now, here's how I would play this. If we get the rejection up there at the 20-day and we see the Dow at resistance, that's really going to give me, okay, cool. The overall markets are at resistance. Let's look to see if we can get that pullback. It would help to get back down to lows. I would take some off at lows because this is support, obviously, right? But I would keep a little bit on to see if we can break through these lows and get this thing down. This thing has had some nice volume. It's had some really nice volume here to the downside. If you guys go ahead and look at the daily chart, the volume has been increasing on the way down. You also have your 50-day moving average down here. So chances are we see a bounce. Look for that bounce back into 380. If you want to try a 370, see, why is my chart like that? If you guys want to try for like a 370 long, I wouldn't rule that one out either. You rejected prior day's low yesterday. Look at that. Boom. 375. Top right of my screen. Here's your pivot low a day. Yesterday, you boom, boom, boom. You could not get through it. It failed, pulled right back down into 370. All right. Look at the bottom right of my chart. Okay. And look at that volume that has been increasing to the downside. You got a bit of a wick tail down here. Obviously, you should get a little bit of support. So, but watch 370. There's two ways to trade this. 370 longs, we continue to hold, and you would target 380. You would want to get back through prior day's high and look to see if you can bounce back into 380. That would also bring your 20-day moving average, would start to yank that down, kinda, the more times you start to close down here at like 370 to 380. You can see it's already the trade line on the bottom right at the daily chart. 20-day and 90 MA is already starting to yank itself to the downside. All right. Starting the year off, it is red. All right. That's Lululemon. All right. That's the old Lulu. All right. Let's go look at some other names that are trending right now. Citi, massive level up here at $80. Let me go get my coffee real quick. I'm going to put up RGTI because I'm eyeing this one up. I'm just being patient. We might be able to get our options even cheaper today. You got paid with it yesterday, right? But we didn't have the volume of the follow through, and we knew that. We were looking for a consolidation above these highs to see what would happen. So I think today might possibly be the day. Let's go ahead and put this up because I just want to go fill my coffee up real quick. I'll put on some CNBC, and we'll continue to go on with some of the names that are trending. Just give me 1 second.
Is doing advanced technology that frankly is going to keep billions of pounds of plastic waste from landfills and being incinerated and being recycled back into products that the society uses. We've invested through 2024 $200 million in this technology. We have recycled 80 million pounds of plastic that otherwise would have gone to landfills, and we have plans to ramp that recycling up to 1 billion pounds by 2027. If the Attorney General was serious about this and had questions or concerns about the technology or what we were doing, he could have easily called us. We'd have been happy to explain it to him. In fact, we'd have him out to our plant. We'd show him the recycling that we're doing, the plastic feed that's going into the unit, and the virgin plastic that we're making on the back end of that process.
Your lawsuit in particular, it says that, this isn't just about your feelings getting hurt by this. The lawsuit claims that you had prospective business deals that fell apart as a result. What happened?
Well, I'll tell you, the advantage of this project and this technology is it's not subsidized by the government. There's a demand out there for recycled plastic that many companies, we have contracts, 15 countries around the world to provide this. The Attorney General is suggesting that what we're doing isn't real, that it's a myth, that it's a lie. Obviously, consumer companies that are looking to promote recycled content are concerned with those types of accusations. So we've got to push back against what essentially are falsehoods. I mean, I haven't seen a better example of gaslighting than what Attorney General Bonta is doing here.
When he was on with us, when Bonta was on Squawk Box, he did point to the statistics that show, I think from the EPA, that only about 10% of plastic that was generated in 2018 was ultimately recycled. Where are the problems? Why aren't more of these plastics recycled?
So it's a complicated chain. There is a problem with collecting and sorting and processing the plastics. There's the current recycling technology has its limits. The plastic today is not a simple single element plastic. They are very complicated structures to achieve the properties that we're looking for in the use of plastic. And so many of those properties make them inconsistent for mechanical recycling, which is the technology that exists today. What we've done is taken a fundamental step forward and taken those plastics, no matter how mixed or commingled or complicated they are, and we break that plastic back down to the molecular level so that we can reuse those molecules in either new plastics or in some cases it goes into gasoline or diesel or jet fuel. So true recycling, but we do that by breaking that plastic back.
By the way, he's been telling this story, so if you're new hearing that. All right, RGTI. Let's see here. SPY is making a nice rip. Back up through 595. We just talked about this. Now you want to see a nice pullback hold of 595 or 585, or I'm sorry, 595, and look for that push higher. We said yesterday that this selling pressure had eased a bit. So let's see if some of the sellers are a bit exhausted, right? And they step away and let bulls push this market higher. Let's see if they push this market higher. We've regained the Fed day. All right, that massive sell-off from the Fed day, we have regained it. All right, so MSTR. MSTR, we talked, see Apple. Apple's the #1 trending stock right now. It's back above 230. This is pretty much. This looks exactly like the Qs and the IWM, like this massive flat top resistance. What I would say is I would look for a move back into this pivot low here at like the low 230s. All right, 232, 233. But more so, I would be more so concerned with this flat top resistance up here, up at 235. Okay, I would look for that 235. Let's go to the daily chart and see what that looks like, because let's really start to paint the picture here. Okay. All right, so there's your pivot low down there at 230. It's like 230, 229.50. So that's what I would say. I would look for. We are above prior day's close. I would use this flat top resistance up here. Excuse me. I don't see any gaps or anything. You have a little bit of a gap there. I don't consider it a wick, right? You put in a wick. I mean, technically it's kind of filling it, but I want to see. To me, that's still a bit of a gap. So yeah, I would keep it at that. Let's see. Boom, boom. Yeah, I would watch that low there on the daily chart. It's still up there at like 233. So I'd watch the mid to low 230s and see what happens at this previous resistance zone. See if you can get a bounce back. I don't think this is just a news catalyst that, China's already put in laws like where they are trying to stop iPhone sales. Like if you guys don't remember that from like 6 months ago, maybe it was almost a year ago, I'd say, where you were going tit for tat with government phones between the U.S. and China. China saying they wouldn't have U.S. phones, this, that, and the third, blah, 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 blah. So if you get any holds at 230, look for a move back to 235. Look for the rejections there. That's that. Okay. MSTR. Let's pull up Bitcoin real quick. MSTR. Nice bounce back. All right. So to start the year, you got to sit in and listen. You guys got to know these things, right? Right now, MSTR is up. It closed yesterday up just under 25% just this year. What other stock's doing that? This so far looks like a consolidation that is outperforming the market. MSTR, if you just bought it at the open on the first day of the year, the first trading day of the year, you would already be beating the market. Okay, you could actually probably say, all right, I'm just going to sell, wait if you get another little pop up into that 380 zone, take your profit and say, all right, I'm done for the year. I done beat the market. I did my job. But that's obviously not what anyone's going to do, right? So, MSTR. Let's go look at Bitcoin. So crazy how I cannot keep a view, and that's okay. I got to worry about myself. I got to worry about what it is I'm doing here. All right, hit the like button for me, please. That's all I ask. Subscribe. And I would try to not be so flustered about it. It's all good. It's all good. So here's our 30-year. Now I'm going to go right to Bitcoin and stuff. 30 years pulling back. We talked about stock selection is one of the biggest key drivers to staying consistently profitable. What was I talking about at 5%? Two things. 5% was the target on the 30-year. The 10-year, 4.8%. And wouldn't you know, guys, we are pulling back off of that zone. Guys, you guys have heard me say this day after day on this entire climb. And yes, we were long the dollar on this run, end of August, going into September. We saw the divergence happening in currencies. Make sure that you know, okay? Make sure that you know you have a massive, there is a really nice divergence here on the euro. Look at that. Bada bing, bada boom. There's some divergence. So let's see if we can start to put in a bottoming pattern. Okay, it's not end all be all, But we want to start seeing this thing turn around. And what would help that? Yields pulling back. All right. Let's go to Bitcoin. BTC to the USD. All right. Putting in somewhat of a topping pattern, kind of. Just a nice rally consolidation. We were targeting 116, 118, 120 zone, right? On a move to move. Okay. You're back above 100,000. You can see yesterday you put in a nice little tail there, held the 50-day moving average, top of your range. Right here. So, with that said, you had a nice pullback into it. It's a really nice level right there. And the next zone I would look for, you guys, is a move right back into 104. All right, 104, but really you might even just call it 107, 108, because you don't have any resistance really other than this pivot high that you're at now. You're at it right now. But chances are, if you pull back and you see it hold 102,000, okay, if you see that 102 hold, watch out. You see this? Boom. And this could carry into like next week. All right, this pullback hold, try to bounce higher. That could be all up until like today, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday to just do that. Just to pull back and go higher. So let's watch MSTR. So that's what I'm seeing with Bitcoin. Let's actually go through the chart really quickly. Just real quick. So we have the daily chart there. Shit. All right. Let's go work it right on down. Let's look at our 4-hour. Bit extended. A bit extended. You also have some divergence there. Where's the divergence? Well, you're seeing the dollar and stuff. You're ready to pull back. So there you go. You're putting in technically a higher high here. All right. Is that what I was looking at? Nope. It was right here. I'm sorry. I did that wrong. Right here, guys. Here's your bounce. Pullback. There's that new high. And then here's your RSI. And then even if we go back, look to the bottom and to the left, boom. You're putting in a new high here. Lower RSI, so there's not as much strength going into that resistance zone, right? Because if you want to break through a level, what do you want? You want volume. You want strength. You want to be ripping and roaring, which is telling you that the probability that you get back through a level is greater. If you come into that previous level weak, with no momentum, no volume, chances are it's just going to continue to be resistance. There's your divergence into resistance. Divergence into support, chances are it's going to hold. Chances are this is going to reject up here. Okay? Keep an eye out on that. Just be able to read the charts. It's not a strategy. It's not, this, that, and the third. It's just reading the charts and understanding how to read and understand technical analysis. But there's a piece of news that could come out. The inauguration is on Monday. You could still get a pullback and still get massive volume, and you could still get a rip through this even with that. But right now, the probability, as we speak and stand right now, it is still a little bit low that you're going to get rejected up into that zone. There should still be a pullback possibly incoming. Doesn't mean that there will be, but the chances, as we speak, are still greater than of a pullback than a break. That inauguration could change everything, though. So remember that. All right, with that said, I'm glad I said that. What's next? Let's go ahead. So we have MSTR up here. All right, Bitcoin's back at all-time highs, right? Back up at all-time highs. MSTR is not. We have some data here. Hold on one second. Building permits. All right, let's go take a look at the data real quick, and we'll look and see what the overall markets are doing. Come on, this thing's just acting up on me. So the SPY, looks like it's trying to pull back just a bit here. It got above that previous pivot high from yesterday. Let's refresh this. All right. Friday. So housing starts and building permits. 1.4. Previously 1.2. Expected 1.3. Right in line. 1.48 for that was building permits, and then housing starts 1.4, building permits 1.4. So pretty much right in line, you guys. We still have a ton of data coming out here. Industrial production, right? 915, manufacturing. So, and then next week, you want to look and see if we have anything for Monday and Tuesday. Inauguration day, we're closed Monday. But going into Tuesday, make sure you know what if there is anything at all, because looks like you're not going to, because there's a change in the White House and all these places. So CB leading index. So there's not really much next week as far as data is concerned, but we will have earnings. Yeah, we don't really have anything next week that I can see. 8-week bill auction. Okay. All right. Good, great, grand, wonderful. All right, so MSTR. MS to the R. All right, so MSTR back above 378. Really nice support level here. We're back above it. Market's rallying as well. The first target's got to be 400 flat, I feel like. It's got to be 400. Okay, MSTR, it's got to be 400 in my opinion. All right, this pivot high here. You're if you look at this as a range bound, that support really is up there at like 440, 450. Okay, but in the near term, you have a zone right there, 388, 400. That's what I would be watching. Now, what we could also do, the bottom right, you have no moving averages, which is good. That's awesome. Look what we have here. Look at the bottom left of my chart. You guys see what we have here? So when we open up with the gap up and you have a minor gap here, this might not be good. This thing might actually, it may turn around here. So you have already rallied from 300 and you're now back up past 380 in 1, 2, 3, 4 trading days. Think about that, guys. Think about what I just said. This thing has gone from low to high. It has moved just in 4 days 30%. Nearly 30%. Okay? So if you look at the bottom left, let's look at the bottom left here. Look how overbought you already were coming into the end of the day yesterday.
How's the quarter coming along, Kate? He thinks your name is Kate and hates when people correct him.
Pretty great.
So once we come in with this gap up, we're going to be really extended, depending on where we open up at. I would like, honestly, guys, to look for a pullback into 370. I'd like to see a pullback into 370. Let's make sure that there's no news or something that we're missing here. Consolidate power. 12 firms now control 30% of the network hash rate. Stocks and Bitcoin miners are trading higher on the rise of Bitcoin. So everybody's talking about it. Everybody's watching it. So there we go. Right? Let's start to look for a pullback. All right. So off the open, I will look for a pullback on MSTR, you guys. I'm telling you right now. All right, let's see. What else do we have here? There's a really nice level down here. That's a really nice level, but we're not there right now. We're not even anywhere near it. So what I'm going to focus on is 390 rejections, guys, and pullbacks into 380. Okay, pullbacks into 380. I don't really see any crazy news that should get MSTR to separate itself from the markets. All right, so Goldman Sachs above 610. You got above it, you held it, you're extending higher. All right, good job, great job. I'm really happy for Goldman Sachs. That's awesome. Citi, right before I left to get my coffee, massive level up here at $80. Right now, you're bouncing into that earnings day high. So if we go take it back to the charts, this is a massive level here, you guys. Massive level. Look at this weekly chart. I've been showing you guys this. All right, this is why Jane, I'm pretty sure that's her name. Jane, whatever. If that's not her name, I do apologize. $80, $79.50 to $80. Massive all-time highs. Once you got above that level, you took off. Can Citi start to recover a bit here? Has Jan done enough of a job to get this thing back above $80? I wish I owned Citi. I wish I owned it. But here we go. Massive level here is resistance. You had nice earnings to 30 years higher. In my opinion, the longer we consolidate below it, the chances, I feel, are greater that we do break it. The question is that before or at or after the next earnings? Or does it happen during this quarter? You can see that's a nice breakout. Consolidation. What's it trying to do? It might be trying to extend higher. I just think it's so far gone right now that it doesn't have to pull back, but a nice consolidation. I was hoping for a pullback to 75. So here's my plan, guys. $80, 79, which was that earnings day high, $80. If we cannot get back above that, I'm looking for pullbacks down into $75. Okay? All right. What else? I feel like I'm missing some things.
The club is really about empowerment. Empowering you to manage your own money.
Join the CNBC Investing Club to access Jim's monthly meeting. Go to cnbc.com/monthly meeting.
Welcome back to Squawk Box with President-elect Trump taking office on Monday. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro.
All right, guys.
preparing to step
So,
down after 4 years in his role. Secretary Mayorkas joins us now. A lot
JB Hunt,
to talk about.
they fell more than 7% after the company's fourth quarter earnings came in weaker than expected, $1.50 a share. Corvo rose more than 7%. Wall Street Journal, citing people familiar with the matter, reported activist investor Starboard Value has built a 7.7% stake. Starboard has made us some money. Just to name a few, Starbucks. Moonlake Immunotherapeutics, the biotech stock jumped more than 4% after receiving an upgrade buy from Goldman Sachs. The firm cited anticipated a positive phase 3 data trial for its treatment of a chronic skin condition known as hidradenitis suppurativa. All right. Hidradenitis suppurativa. Hidradenitis suppurativa. Okay, cool. I don't understand why they do all that. It's just you're just doing too much with the words. Healthcare sector. Fastenal shares dropped more than 4% after the company's fourth quarter earnings missed Wall Street expectations. Fastenal earned 46 cents a share with a revenue of $1.82 billion. Analysts polled it by FactSet were expecting 48 cents a share, so that was a beat. Expecting 1.84 in revenue, so they missed on revenue. Rivian, the electric vehicle maker, stock rose 2.6% after the company finalized a loan agreement with the Department of Energy for up to $6.6 billion to help build a new manufacturing site in Georgia. Construction is set to begin 2026. The production of the customer's vehicle is expected to happen in 2028. Here's the thing. If Rivian cannot bring the cost down of their piece of shit, I'm not going to say that they're a piece of shit, but if they can't bring the cost down of their vehicles, this doesn't make a difference. This is just going to be, in the next 10, 15 years, another warehouse with a whole bunch of parts, just like GM in Delaware, that Fisker said they were going to buy. They get the money from the government, and the building just sits there. Because guess what? This is a tough business here. All right? I've said it all the time. The automotive sector is just capital intensive. It's just it takes a lot of money to just get the wheels rolling to make a profit, right? So we'll check out Rivian. That's just my opinion. Just because they get handed everything doesn't mean that people are going to buy that vehicle, because the majority of the people that, they need to target, they can't afford them. They won't ever, especially with where rates are, they won't even get approved, whether they can afford it. It's just, so that's that. Rivian, let's go take a look at Rivian real quick. So, finalized a loan agreement with the Department of Energy for up to $6.6 billion. Do you guys see that? Like, this is where the United States is spending its money. Like, that's okay, cool. Cool, you're good. You're giving it to American companies. I get it, but you can't have a talk like, hey, and maybe that's their plan. But it should be in the headline, to build an affordable vehicle, right? Because that's a lot of money. The Department of Energy, the United States, your country, is giving Rivian a vehicle that's massively expensive, to the cost of a brand new diesel truck. I'm sure if you had to pick, you'd probably rather get that brand new Cummins fully loaded, or the Duramax, or the Power Stroke, or even a typical V8 truck that you don't have to worry about, not having a charging station or whatever, what have you. So I think this is kind of screwed up, in my opinion. I don't think it's screwed up in the fact that the government's giving American companies help, because I'm all for it, all right? Because workers benefit, we all benefit from it, but it's just like, come on now. So, and then let's go look at Rivian real quick. Let's go look at this. It's just, they need to start worrying about how they're going to make. Look what the market thinks of it. It's already pulled it back. I mean, you are holding previous day's high right now, trying to hold it. Let's go to the daily chart. This is such a lost cause. They're trying so hard for Rivian, and I just don't think it's going to work. They got to get a vehicle that people can afford. And I'm just talking about, where rates are. They need to be able to contend with the 30 and 10 year at higher levels. They're not doing that. So many people are going to be priced out of this vehicle as is, right? And it's to the point where it's like, damn, I'd probably much rather have a Corvette or something that's going to hold value, right? I'd rather have a new ZR6 that I can actually enjoy, and I don't have to worry about the price of the thing just falling to nothing. So it's all about what that cost. I mean, I can only speak for myself. There's going to be a few goofballs out there that would make that decision, right, to give up the majority of their free money to go in debt for a Rivian vehicle, right? All right, so anyway, we got to hurry up here. It's 8:50. So, Rivian, you're above your 20-day and 90 MA, or not 20-day, yes, your 20-day and your 90 MA, which is sitting down here at $14. On the daily chart, we have previous resistance. Nice resistance zone up here at $15. All right, resistance up here at $15. You had a nice top right. You had a nice break above 1450, pulled in to hold it. You held it really nicely. Now you're trying to hold prior day's high, and that pre-market high of 1475. But here's the thing. You got above 15 yesterday. You got above 15, held, failed. So now what do we look for? We look for that bounce back into 15 to see if we get another 15 rejection. It's not too oversold here on a 15-minute time frame. It's not crazy overbought, I mean, like MSTR is. I feel like MSTR might be the better short, but this pivot high here, like $15 is probably the zone I want to watch. $15. And if you get above 15, you're still not in the clear. You're still not in the clear. This thing might start to go red. It's up on the year. So anybody that bought this at the beginning of the year, if they haven't already, you've seen some profit taking early on, like a couple days into the year. Let me just do this real quick. Oh my gosh, come on. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to do this quick. But I want to see where this thing opened up at. All right, so it opened up right here. And if you bought it at the open or anywhere near the open, you gotta be kidding me. Just looking at the range here. So 25%. So there's a lot of names that are up 25 that put in that 25% at the beginning of the year. All right. $15. So you guys can see here, $15. Support, support, support. There's actually a gap down at $15. So if we open up and we're at 15, I want to look for a bounce into 15, and I want to see a pullback down into 14.45, possibly even 14.50. But I want to get this 14.50. So that's the range I'm going to play. I'm going to play this 50-cent range at the top left of my screen. I'm just going to try to play that range right there if I trade Rivian today, if I trade it. Massive level of support and resistance here at $15. I think that's your zone. You got above it. It quickly turned itself around. All right. So with that said, yeah, I'm going to look for a move back into $14.50, maybe even $14, guys. All right. So bounces, I want to look to be short. You did have some nice volume there yesterday. Looks like some of that was on the sell side. I'd have to look at it on a different time frame. All right. So that is Rivian. That's Rivian. What else do we have here? Apple. These charts are so ugly. All right. We talked about Apple already. Lam Research, Applied Materials, Semiconductor Equipment Stocks. Where is it? Oh, we have Salesforce in here too. So Lam Research, Applied Materials, Semiconductor Equipment Stocks rose about 2% after KeyBank Capital Markets upgraded both to overweight. Salesforce advanced 2%. After TD Cowen upgraded shares to a buy from a hold, the firm said it recently pulled back and created a compelling entry point for investors. Cloudflare, which I actually had CrowdStrike on my watch. Cloudflare popped 3.5% on the heels of Citigroup's upgraded to a buy. Citi said it has improved confidence that the cloud stock's fundamentals and growth potential. Okay, sweet. CRM and net. Let's look at net. Let's look at net. And I'm upset with myself that I should have just held this for the long term. So for those that don't know, I bought this around like $30 to $35 was like my average price on that. And what I did was I went to their website. It was in the summer of COVID. And their site to me looked like it was like half, you know, it kind of just looked mediocre. But the bigger factor to that was you're seeing all these other names make new highs. So I ended up getting rid of it. And I do not own Cloudflare. I do not own Net, unfortunately. You have a really nice consolidation here above prior highs at 109. Okay. Really nice. Let me see something here. Boom. So that's your support, 101. Okay, so we have massive resistance here at 123, 125, it looks like. Man, maybe we'll call it 120. I'm actually going to go to the other chart. I just wanted to see where our moving averages were. I think that was really, yeah, 120. All right, so 120 is our resistance zone. let's see here. So 116 pulls back, pulls back. You are trying right now to get above at the top left. You're trying to get above 120. You're trying to get above it right now. Previous highs at 118. Okay. $120. Yeah, 120 is that zone you want to watch for. So see what happens here. If you can or cannot get above 120. I think that's really your zone you want to watch for. Okay. Any pullbacks off of that? 115. All right, 115. You have a nice wedge here too. You guys can see this really nice wedge forming up into that zone. And that pullback would take you to 110 there. You have a really nice wedge there. Really nice wedge. So yeah, any pullbacks off of this 120 zone, I'm looking for pullbacks into 115. All right, it's about a $5 move. Anything more than that, you're looking at 110, 109. Or I would look for 110, 109 right there. So that's really the 3-4 levels that I'd be watching for if you want to trade net. All right, if you do not get above 120, 115, 110, 105, pretty much every $5, every $5. Damn, I might be a little bit wrong there. I might be a little bit wrong. You do have a level at 117. There's a small zone there at 117. I'm not going to trade this. I don't know. Last time I tried to trade it, it was pretty illiquid. So, like, it's not that bad, but there's better things out there. Let's look at CRM. And we'll go to CrowdStrike. And we'll get ready to start going. So it's only 9 a.m. Nice. So we got some time here to start focusing the next half hour on the top best trade ideas. All right. Just wanted to go through some charts here. All right. CRM. Bouncing right back into 330. 330. All right. That was your previous support zone. You've bounced into it. Let's go ahead and... if you do get above this area, if you do get above 330, I would look, give yourself time on this. But 340, maybe you see 350. I don't think you see 350 for a little while. But I'm just going to continue to play the range. Everything, some of these names like Lululemon, CRM, they're all down at support. Not that the two are related in any way. Right? One's an apparel stock, one's a software stock. Software name. Let's see here. So yeah, CRM. Watch 330. Let's go over here. Let's see if we have anything. Let's see if there's a story to be told. It's a nice pullback at 300. Yeah, guys, I still think you might have an issue here. You have your 20 and 50-day moving average all kind of lining right up there at 330. So I would watch for 330 rejections on the first, hit there. And if you get above 330, your 50-day is sitting right at like 335. So it's not like you got a straight shot to 340. That trade line, look at what has been working, guys. Look at what has been working, and that's your trade line. That trade line, look, bang, 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 bang. All right. So it was support, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. It looks like it's trying to get above it now. So 330 on CRM. It's made the headline. Let's go ahead and let's get the best names on the list. That's our job. Let's watch the best names. All right. So CRM 330, possibly 330 rejections. If you get above it, I'm looking for a move back to 340. That's simple. All right, 330 rejections. I'm looking for 320. Maybe even you break 320. All right, so what I'm going to be watching today. Let's go through some of the best names, all right, that are at support and like major levels. Major levels. Citibank. This $80 is a monster. So right now 79, which was which was your earnings high. All right, you guys can see this. There's your earnings high there at $79. If you get above 79, this $80 mark is the biggest resistance zone of its life. If it gets above it, you could see this thing possibly start to squeeze. It might happen because it's such a level that it just it is literally the line in the sand to Jan changing Citi's game and putting it back on track as the CEO. She's done her job. Get us back through $80. So for those that don't know, if you go to this weekly chart, go all the way back. Look at this pivot high back in the 90s, right? Here we go. Massive run. Citi was above all. They were the first to start introducing, travelers to Citibank. We're going to start, the real mergers and acquisition began with Citi back in the 90s. Look it up. It's a really, really good educational thing. You can always just type it in on YouTube, right? And then look what followed, right? Massive run. Massive move. A lot of money made with what they did with Citi. Then it all came to ruins, all right? They were not as well risk diverse as they should have been. They were just risk takers, and they got rewarded for it. It was working for a while. Then some things happened. All right, so massive level here at $80. Keep an eye on this $80 zone. Can Jan get us through it? I'm pretty sure that's her name. I could be wrong. Don't quote me. I think she can do it. It's just, is it going to happen now? Or going into the next quarter, or is it going to take another quarter to get us up through it? We'll see. All right, $79, $80 on Citi. I'm still watching that. Airlines. Airlines are also in the news this morning. American Airlines ripping this morning. The market was green. We had a massive green day, and the majority of airlines had pulled back, like Delta Airlines. Delta Airlines, this day right here on Wednesday, I think it was either Tuesday or Wednesday. So Delta Airlines, you had your earnings report. You broke out to new highs. You pulled back. Here's your previous high at 66. Okay. You failed to hold it. It got back above it. Could not hold. You're back above it again. We got to start doing something now. Here's the problem. The Dow is at almost coming, it's bouncing into resistance. So I'll keep Delta Airlines on my watch. American Airlines. All right, this is the lagger. Delta and United are one of the leaders. Massive level here for American Airlines. Okay. This is a massive support and resistance zone up here at like $20. It's like $19, $20. Yeah, $19. If you get above 19, you're still running into some trouble there at 20. I just feel like if you get above this $19, if you can get above 19, I think you have you should be able to get back to 22.50. SPY making new highs. When does it have earnings? So it has earnings next week. Okay. All right, so goodness. All right, American Airlines back at resistance. You have a nice triple top here at 1875. Keep that triple top on watch. There's the box that I drew for us a couple days ago, which was resistance. You're trying to make it support now. If you break through this triple top, you still have resistance at 19. So I probably won't watch the airlines. Let's go to Tesla. Let's go take a look at Tesla. NVIDIA, AMD, maybe some others. If you guys have any tickers, please throw them in the chat. Tesla, 420. This was the level that we have been watching. it's really your breakout point. You pulled back to it to hold it. You rallied off of it, and then that rally failed. All right. So keep an eye. You have your 20-day moving average also right there at 421. So I will watch 420 if we can get above, and if we can get above and hold 420 in that 20-day moving average, I'm going to look for a move back to 430. 430, 440. Really 430, 450. All right, could be a big day today. So let's go here. Let's go see where we are within the chart. Shit, I gotta turn on my stuff real quick, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm still watching RGTI and Lululemon, guys, and you know you guys know that already. So here we go. Yeah, so that 20 days right there at 420. So I can just kind of get rid of it, I guess. I don't know what to do with it. Just going to keep it there because this way I'm able to see it and not have to worry about. I don't know why my charts are not saving. Shit always pisses me off. I think we could see a rally today out of Tesla if we can get above this level. All right. Sorry, guys. I just got to get this. All right. So bottom left, make sure you guys are aware. Massive triple bottom here. Turning back into resistance on the bottom left 15-minute chart. Boom, 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 boom. 420, 420, 420 resistance zone. So if you can get above that zone, break, retest. You have the 20-day moving average also there. So you want to try to hold that level. You do. You're not overbought too bad or anything. You don't have massive sell side volume. I want to see if we can try to extend higher. All right. Feels like today might be a bit boring. That's okay. All right, let's go look at some other names here like NVIDIA and stuff. All right, QQQ. Nice job here, breaking above this mild level up there at 520. I'm going to the NVIDIA and stuff, guys. Just give me 1 second here. If you guys have tickers, please throw them in the chat. So that's a pivot high, pivot high. I'm going to put this level up here as well. All right, as a minor level at 425 as a previous sell-off point. But the major level that I would be looking for, I feel like it's got to be up there at 530. The Dow also testing resistance. Let's go look at Intel, IWM. IWM also this pivot low. You got back above 225, but it's not over with. You're still... We'll see what happens. You still got a minor level here that you could see some issues at. $227.50. All right. Talked about Tesla, Apple, Microsoft. Look at this. Look at that. Boom, boom, right there. 430. Look at that pivot low. 430 rejection could be coming in. You have a little bit of, I'd have to look at the volume and stuff, but you have somewhat of a inverse head and shoulders trying to form here. I wouldn't put too much weighting in it because the price action is way too choppy. Normally, when you get these type of patterns, they're not as, I don't know. The price action is just a lot cleaner. Like, you know when you see it. You know? All right, let's see here. I feel like I'm missing some names here. RGTI, you got to look at these AI names. NVIDIA. So previous resistance here at 430. All right, so if we get above 430, then we could have a nice move back to 440. I take it. Yep, that's it. All right, cool. I fucking hate these people. It. All right, let's go look at NVIDIA. So that's a Microsoft, guys. Pullbacks into 430. Longs into 435. Take profits. Target 440. I mean, these are my ideas, right? This is what I would be doing. NVIDIA. Way too many levels. Way too many levels on this thing. All right. All right. So NVIDIA is kind of just consolidating. You were trying to hold that previous pivot high up here. Major level at 141. I'd call it. 141. You guys can see here. 140. I was going to say, I figured 141 was incorrect. All right, so 140, you tried to hold. It's kind of like resistance. You get back above it. You try to hold, and you hold it, but you can't extend off of it. And you were just at a previous high, so it fails. And now, what do you think you're doing? You're working your way right back to 140 on NVIDIA. All right, 140 on NVIDIA.
Market update, pre-market Dow futures up 0.6%, S&P futures up.
Nice level here at 135. So if you can pull back, hold 135, I would look to be long, especially with the Qs that are, that have a bit of relative strength with them today. That's NVIDIA. And that would be to the bull side. It would be to the upside. All right. Damn. So you have your 20-day moving average right in the way too. That's not really a chart I like. What else do we have here? There's got to be some other names here. Coinbase.
U.S. industrial production in November rose 0.9% month over month.
All right, Baba. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Appreciate you guys being here. Please do me a big favor. Just hit the like button for me. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. That's really all we ask. All right. Alibaba, minor level of resistance here. So this is your pullback, support, tries to hold, tries to hold, tries to hold, fails, boom. Now you're going back up to retest that level. What do you guys think is going to happen? What do you guys think is going to happen? I feel like deep down inside, you guys know. What a rally that was. Yeah, David Tepper come out on CNBC. Oh, we're just long everything China, 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 China. And boy was, man, David Tepper just cannot get a win. We got to go help the man. You know, somebody's got to help this guy out a little bit here. You know, that's a bummer. So you have a nice level down here of support at $80. You know, I would just watch 85. Really, that 85 mark. This, you got to watch these Chinese names. They don't really give you. They can be tough at times. Kinda. I do well with names like Alibaba and stuff like that. But if you're if you're a person that uses like support, resistance, break, retest, like you really need to know what's going on with volume and like read the tape. Reading the tape yesterday gave us a nice entry on RGTI. A lot of people made some really nice money on RGTI. Beautiful entry on RGTI with tape reading. Right here. Boom. We saw the shift. Bang. That was a nice move there. Which RGTI is still on our list. Goldman Sachs. Hold on here. Goldman Sachs. Just breaking news here. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see here. So there is. Okay, so that's not doing anything. All right. So the SPY. We're working our way up there. 600. That's our target. All right, let's go to MSTR, RV, or RGTI. MSTR. This is kind of what I want to trade. So what time is it? It's 9:20 right now. Let's have a great day today, guys. If you guys have questions, please hit the like button, subscribe. Questions down below. We did an awesome job yesterday of reading the tape. And if you were here with us yesterday while we were going over the tape, we literally had a beautiful entry short on RGTI. It was the timing of it was perfect. Oh, I forgot real quick before MSTR. CVNA. All right, Carvana. Car to the Vana. DJT. Carvana back above 380. Let's go to the daily chart. No, that's MSTR. Shit. Gotta watch this. All right, there was a massive bear flag here. Look at this move that Carvana's been doing. No shit. Look what it did yesterday. Oh, we were watching RGTI yesterday. Massive break through this 220 zone yesterday. Wow. So you guys can see here this massive bear flag that was starting to be put in, which on a measured move to move really put you back to this major 100 level. Wow. All right. I wonder how many people did not know about that, or I was probably the only one. All right, so you have a mild level of support up here. This is where you kind of consolidated up at highs, up there at 240. Let me get rid of this. Hold on, let's get rid of all these real quick. All right. All right, so here we go, right? Nice consolidation above these highs. It breaks, and look at this. So this support zone right here, you're actually retesting it on the daily time frame, okay? Come on, what the fudge is going on here? All right. Really nice support through here. It breaks. Going back to retest it. So 340 should be on our watch. If you regain 340, I don't think you get a crazy move higher. I would just look for a consolidation above 240, like a low volume and a hold at 240. Let's go see the 4 hour because I don't know where we're trading at right now. We are still kind of below it. All right. So yeah, 240.
Every day your team gets sucked into endless writing tasks, and every day hours disappear for everyone except Pam. Hey Pam, because Pam uses Grammarly's AI to write in a few.
Yeah, I would watch 240 here and see if you can get pullbacks. You gotta watch 230 because it could hold 230, but I would like to see if it would get back down to 220. You have not pulled it into 220. Maybe it gives you that type of move. I don't know. I missed that one, and I'm a little upset I missed it. We had this on watch, guys. This whole entire bear flag there, we had it on watch, and I just forgot about it. I seen it break out and right here, and then yesterday we were watching RGTI and trading that. Some of those names. All right, so that's what I would watch here for Carvana. I'd watch that. All right, rejections up at 240. Take profits going into 230. See if you can break 230 and get back down into 220. That's how I would play Carvana if I were to play it. I just think there's some better things to trade out there. It is 923. Okay. So that's your 50-day moving average also on CVNA. That's a beautiful tail, right? At the 50-day moving average, right there at that red line. I think everybody knows what that is, but just in case you don't. 20-day moving average is down at 210, 211. Yeah, 210. So let's look for rejections up there at 240, 238. Let's look for moves. Let's see, where are we right now? So right now we are trading at 235 resistance. So 235. So you're above the 50-day. You're above the 50-day right now. Yeah, that's what I got to be honest, guys. That's what I would be looking for. I'd be looking for, see if you pull back. I'd be looking for probably a consolidation in this zone, depending on where you open up. If you see an immediate pullback going into the bell, down into 230, then I would look for a pop off of 230 into 240. Massive volume yesterday, so just keep an eye on it. It's something to watch. I'll probably keep my attention towards Lululemon. I really want to see what happens here. It's already starting to pop, which we figured it would. We figured Lululemon would pop. Now we're watching 380. Okay, 380 on Lululemon. Now, we're going to play this both ways. Or I am. Not you, but I'm looking to see if we cannot get back above 380 and that 20-day moving average. You know, we could start to see a scenario where the markets get up to resistance and Lululemon is not getting above this zone and has the 20-day moving average. That this thing could start to break once the markets, the overall markets, start testing resistance. SPY at 600, the Dow at like 435, whatever that was. Like the Dow's almost at resistance. SPY is heading towards resistance. So we can get up there. And if we get the pullback, I want to see if we can get that break of 370. And, you know, honestly, this is support. So if it holds, it holds. I will go long. So today, I'm looking to see if you get Lululemon, which you couldn't get back above Wednesday's low yesterday. We are above it now. Let's look for pullbacks in the yesterday's high, Wednesday's low at 375. Watch 375 hold. We could look for a possible long at 375 back up into 380, 385. All right, but this is still a major level in my opinion. I think this is still a major level. On a move to move. I feel like this bear flag is getting threatened. Like, bro, if you let go of me and you drop me, I'm coming after you. And this thing's like, I don't know. I don't want to drop it. I know that might sound crazy, but like, this is a perfect, like, look at this. Look at this bear flag. You have, here's your pole, right? Here's the pole. There's your pole. Right there's your pole. And there's the flag. Right there. Right? It breaks down, comes in to retest that low, and it cannot break. And I feel like Lululemon is saying, bro, if you drop me off of that level, I swear I'm ending your career. Like, there's just like this, I can't let you go. I know it sounds crazy, but. So yeah, pullbacks, 375. Let's see if we can break back up through 380. Get long at 375 and look for a move back to 390. All right. It's one of the trade ideas I'm watching. Come on. We could watch pounds here.
Excuse me, it's been remarkable. And you and I both know that this is now part of the conversation when you talk about brokers. Youthful, other companies just miss that entirely.
PLTR. Really nice area right here, guys. Nice zone here. You could really see a nice move back to 75 bucks. All right, we have 1 minute left, guys. Good luck today. I'll let you guys know what it is that I do. Go watching some banks. SMCI I have not looked at, but I know it was in the news.
Also, crypto is a big part of that.
A huge percentage of the business is crypto, and another huge percentage, crypto biggest as Apple. The crypto, by the way, are the kind of coins that Gensler is not in favor of. They do a lot of the ones that are kind of, that you and I might think are extraneous.
Well, guess what? There's a new sheriff in town.
Oh my.
And the reports are there's going to be an executive order on day one talking about crypto and making it a priority on the government.
I agree, and I think, well, look, the president-elect has made no secret that he wants a strategic.
All right, so pounds here. You have your 20-day moving average right there at like 74, 74.50. You're trying to hold the 50-day. 30 seconds left. SMCI, nothing really going on there. Intel. Good luck today, everybody. Look at Intel, guys. Intel is still holding. Intel is still holding, you guys. This could be a nice short squeeze today. Keep your eyes on Intel. We're back above 21 right now, guys. Back above 21. Massive move to 22, we can see. This could be really fun. Remember, SPY and the Dow, they're all coming into resistance up there. 600, the Dow. You'll have to look for yourself. I'm sorry. Love you guys. Please hit the like button for me. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. And let's have a great day. Let's chase your dreams. Chase whatever number it is you're looking for. There's Intel. Also RGTI. Come on now. Come on now. I got to go back to my chart. All right, so RGTI, man, it might start to give us that $10. Fuck. RGTI, so they're still 90 cents to $1. I should have grabbed them at 80 cents. All right, if RGTI, I'm going to set an alert, guys. I'm going to set an alert here at $11 on RGTI. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Create an alert, bro. Fudge. Create. Bada bing, bada boom. Let's go. Look, it's going to go right shy of my alert, too. Fuck. And they're still 90 cents to $1. That's okay. I'm just going to be patient with RGTI. All right? Lulu. What's up, Lulu? 375. You're pulling into it right as we speak. You're pulling right down into that zone. Look at that wick. That was a mean wick off of there. Look at that. That was a beautiful rip back higher. Holy cow. Massive rip off that. That was huge. I like almost didn't see it. It bounced back so quick off of that level. I'm going to give it a little room. MSTR. There's a name I'm forgetting, guys. I need your help. What name am I forgetting? MSTR pullbacks. We talked about this already. We talked about the pullbacks on MSTR. This is a massive level that we're above. And I think we should start to pull it back. Oh my gosh. Come on. Bro. That's that I don't like. MSTR is ripping. All right, guys, 385. 385. I'm telling you right now, I will get short. I'm looking to do it here very soon. Massive run. Look at that. Right into that level. Bink. Right into 388. Come on, man. Hurry, 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 hurry. So there's the level right there. Support and resistance. That's your prior resistance, guys. MSTR. 380 rejections. What do they want? It's still very early. Man, those spreads are so wide right now because the market just opened. I don't know if I can do it. All right, RGTI, hit the alert. Fuck, those are already up massive. They're almost at $5. I knew it. Did anybody get this rejection up here at 388? Did anybody take it? Let me know in the chat. Sorry, I did not see your question. Sorry, covering a lot of sorry tickers. My interest fades, but nice coverage on what you do cover. Covering a lot of sorry tickers. I don't even know what that means, Mercy. Stock selection. What do you mean sorry? Bro. What? I don't understand. This is why people fail and they don't make as much money as they should because they're not trading stocks that have actual volume and are trending. I am not covering these stocks because I want to cover them. You guys need to understand that. This is because there are news catalysts behind these names. Whether they're sorry or not, I don't care. Lululemon continues to fade and not be able to hold this level. Well, guess what? Just to let you know, you have a massive $20, $30 move right back down into that gap fill. Sorry, but there's a news catalyst behind this volume. Look at this volume on the bottom right of my chart. Look at that volume. Why do you think it's there? Oh, because there's a news catalyst. I'm not trying to be ignorant. You can talk all the shit you want. Not that you're talking shit. I'm just saying, like these names, it's not up to me. That's the problem with half of you guys out there that don't make money in the markets because you pick what you want to pick and you don't get the moves you should get because you're not picking the names that the market that you should be picking. You should be picking the names that are trending, that have a news catalyst, because once you have that, there's an obvious reason and a more likelihood if you have 2-3 times the volume, you're going to get 2-3 times the move. And you're going to get follow through. But again, it's not up to me. Continue to make it up to you. That's fine. All right? And especially when we go back into quantitative easing, if we go back in there, there's your break and retest 375. You broke prior day's high. I didn't quite break it just yet, but I'm just saying. And I would love to see, even if you are making money, the amount of money you're missing out on by not picking the stocks that that the market, is giving you. Listen, stock selection is the biggest key to actually pulling the most out of the markets. I'm telling you guys. TLT. This was a 300-400% trade, but I am picking sorry tickers. What the fuck are you talking about? The 30 years have been pulling back into 10 years. We talked about this. DJT. DJT is not really trending. Look at the volume. Let's see. It's actually not bad. Well, we did. You're right. Well, we do have the inauguration, so you should expect a little bit. I would wait and see. You're above $40. I think we said 45, 50. That's so funny. I love when people like, you're picking sorry tickers, but like your coverage. I appreciate it. I do. I just gotta say, guys, I'm not picking sorry tickers. The market is. The sentiment. Other traders. All right, for you guys that need help, how do you find them? Just go here. Just go right here. This is all you got to do. Go to Yahoo. These are the top trending names. Look at the volume. 45 million, 27 million, 69 million, 12 million. Guess what, baby? I want some liquidity in my life. I want follow through in my life. I don't want to sit here and waste my time with some names that are just, oh, just because it's Amazon, just because it's NVIDIA, just because it's Microsoft, just because it's Meta, just because it's Netflix. All right? Everything that I'm looking at is at a key level, but I'm picking sorry tickers. No, that's that shit that's going to piss me the fuck off, though. Even if you didn't mean it that way. I get it. It's not supposed to be, but the reason I get frustrated is because you guys aren't making enough money as you should be. I'm telling you. Go ask any professional trader that does it for a living, what is one advice that they would give outside of risk management would be stock selection. And knowing that you don't choose that. I don't choose it. The market, sentiment, news will choose it for you. So you have to be ready to trade all types of names, right? Names that are, large cap, mid caps, mega cap tech. All right. So you got to be able to trade through some spreads here. Let's go look at whatchamacallit. MSF. No, not Microsoft. MSTR. I want to look for a pullback off of that MSTR. Let's not talk about how just one wick, right? That one wick here. These MSTR options are at 425. They were pulling out 450 on these. On the 380 puts. Again, look at the volume. Look at this. Look at the top right of my chart, guys. When has this thing at all this week traded on a 3-minute candle over 500,000 shares? Over 500,000. I mean, this is my point. Look at the volume that I'm looking at today on MSTR. Look at that volume. It's averaging 500,000 shares, right? What did it average yesterday? It averaged 272 at the highest point yesterday. That's all. I'm not like yelling at you guys. I'm just saying. So don't say the stocks I'm looking at are sorry. Apparently they're not. This thing's on a gap and go right now, giving you follow through to the upside. So apparently it's not that sorry. Let's see if this thing fails. Let's see if this thing fails up here. I do expect. If anybody's watching MSTR, here's what I would look for: a consolidation above 388. Watch your 15-minute chart. You get that 15-minute chart back up to 380. See if it can start to pull it up to 380. Look for the pullback, hold to 380. The problem with that is you're still back below 390. All right. So the problem with that is you're still back below 390. Let's see here. Foolish. Let's see here. Let's go take a look at Goldman Sachs. Again, look at the volume on this thing today. Look at that first 15-minute candle just wiping out everything it did, even from the earnings. Right? Massive volume here. Shitty stocks. Looking at sorry stocks, bro. I just trade NVIDIA and Tesla and Apple. And Lord, I just stick with mega cap tech, bro. Sorry names. Carvana's so sorry. It's just moved. Where was this thing 2 days ago? 190, and it's up at 250 in 2 days. But it's a sorry name, huh? That's a sorry 40 or 22% move in 2 days on the stock itself. 22% on the stock itself in 2 days. Think about what those options did for you. Because I'm going to tell you right now, Monday, Tuesday, you were not expected to make any of that type of move. I'll tell you that right now. I was watching the options. See, and what happened? We were watching this. Why? And guess what happened? Bang. You got the follow through. So obviously I'm watching it for a reason. This is why motherfuckers fail and think the markets are rigged, because they spend their time watching names that nobody's watching and they never get follow through. They just don't do what they're supposed to do. All right, this thing's pulling back, trying to hold, but it's got that 50-day moving average there. Again, listen, if you end up breaking this level here at 230 on Carvana, rejecting the 50-day, that's a nice 6% move to the downside there. It's a nice move there. I'm sure you'll go test. You still have a gap fill down there too. That's at 10%. So yeah, it's about 5.5%, 6%. Okay, you break this level, 5-6% move. Let's go ahead and look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA, what's it doing? Look, NVIDIA is just going to get stuck right here. You could watch this pull back long here, but like, look, it just doesn't look like NVIDIA has any volume here. Remember, the overall markets are at resistance. Yeah, look at the volume. There's no volume on NVIDIA right now. But this is a nice setup. Don't get me wrong. You're going to waste your time. Like, look at yesterday. What did it do yesterday? It's up 2% on a gap up from high to low. What was the move here? That's a 4% move. That's not bad. But you have half less of the volume, so I'd be careful with this one. You might just float between 136 and 138 on NVIDIA. Let's watch Apple. All right, let's go to Apple. Consolidating in and of its... Wait. Apple. Nice sell-off again, pulling back. See if we can hold here on Apple. Oh, it's a rejection at that 100-day moving average. Sorry, names. Your names are sorry, bruh. All right, let's see here. Tesla. Let's go look at Tesla. And I got to be honest with you. You got to remember, half of these people only comment because they're in competition. There is no love in this industry. They just want to sell people memberships. I'm just going to be frank with you guys. If you guys see a whole bunch of like nonsense comments, don't listen to it. Like, seriously. Tell it, like, if nobody's going to supply, like, if you're going to take the time to write covering a lot of sorry tickers, explain why they would be sorry. Like, you're not providing any value. You're just saying you're covering sorry tickers in hopes that someone else sees that and they do not watch you. But yet, the trades we've taken had follow through. TLT, 300-400%. Carvana, massive breakout. 25-30% move in 2 days. My Lululemon, rejections could not hold 400. Massive move, massive volume. So it's not up to me what I pick. The market picks it for me. I'm going to leave it alone. So continue to just sit and watch NVIDIA and Tesla and Apple and Microsoft and Amazon. Just keep watching mega cap tech names all day long. Throughout, day in, day out, and get upset when you only get a follow-through move once a week. All right, Tesla's back above 420. Be careful. You might just float between 420 and 430, to be honest with you. Unless you start to see, like, this is some nice volume here. This is some okay volume, but it's not, though. See, this is what I'm talking about. You had a nice spike off the bell, and look what it's doing right now, 10 minutes in. Like, you're doing less volume than you did yesterday. So chances are you're just going to sit right here in this range and sit up there. Chances are. MSTR. All right, really nice volume there. Look at this, top left, right? Look at this, highest volume of the week. And what's it doing? It's on a gap and go, trying to get follow through. Rejection 388. Let's do this real quick. MSTR. We were looking at the 380 puts. They're now 350, 375. We know we can get them up to 450, 500. We just saw that on a wick off of that level. So again, what did I say? Watch for the pullbacks off of 389, 390 into 380. Watch 380. You got to keep an eye on that 380 mark. That's that gap fill. All right, you are still above VWAP. You're still above VWAP here. That's a low volume pullback thus far. No, it's not actually. I take that back. Take that back. Take your money if it gives it to you. But be careful. 380 should be a level of support. I have to use the restroom real quick. CRM had an upgrade today. Just range bound. I don't want to watch Tesla. It's not really going to do anything for me. It doesn't have any volume. So here's Citi trying to get back up there towards $80, 79, massive level there of rejection. And see if we can't start to get a bit of a pullback, because if we dip below this zone, we could have a really nice move start to happen here. What else do we have out there, guys? So MSTR, Coinbase, let's see here, NUKK. I haven't looked at this yet. Flat. Intel, that's right. Intel, that's right. INTC. Again, it's not up to me whether or not I trade Intel. It's up to the market. There's a beautiful gap above $21. I just don't want to get caught if there's like something going on. I'm just worried that there was something at the exchange. And because we've seen this before where you get a basket of names where like they don't get assigned to a market maker. And then so let's see. Barclays adjusted the price target from 23 to 25. Watching shares of Intel. Shares are trading higher. Pre-market up now 7%. That's it. No news behind it. No news behind it. All right, so we already have a target here, 21. See if we can get a move back into $22. Dude, what in the freak is going on here?
Completely transformed my home with their exclusive Acclaim replacement windows and Anderson patio doors. Let's go. When it comes to home improvement projects, I always do my homework.
All right, guys, that's a nice pullback hold of 595, or that pre-market high there, 595.95. All right, let's see. Can you extend? Target 600 on the SPY. There goes Intel. Sorry, guys. I know I keep moving things around. I'm just trying to hurry. Look at the volume on this thing. Come on, baby. Let's go. Show us. Just give us the direction. Just give it to us. So here's what I'm watching. If we can just sit here and consolidate, man, 21 might end up breaking. There's no reason for this thing to be up here right now. But this is such a major level that you can't discount it once you're above it. You know what I mean?
I call it an amazing experience. So when you're ready to upgrade your windows and doors, I invite you to discover how they can transform your space too.
Let's see here. So if we can watch this consolidate here, there's your 3-minute trade line. Working its way up as well. That should be a 23.6 fib, I think. I don't think it's a 38.2 off of that low and prior day's close. Yeah, there's your 23.6 fib here. Right? Major level. Let's see if we can get algorithms. Watch the buying pressure up here. Sell side volume. It's still.
Insights, information, and all of the details that you need to be able to make money. Here's a look at how Bitcoin has performed during the Biden presidency, although I would say the last
So again, I will get time on this if I end up trading it today.
Trump president
Just so you guys know, I will have time on this.
president here
Novo Nordisk, Mara, PRZO, Fastenal, all trading higher. JD.com. JD.com is actually doing pretty well right now. JD, look at this, guys. Nice continuation. Let's get it. Let's get this pullback continuation. But guess what? Stock selection's horrible. The stocks are a lot of sorry tickers. It's a lot of sorry tickers, guys, that are moving. There's nothing I can do about it. It is what it is. They hate us because they ain't us. All right, JD has some resistance up there at $40. Still have about $2. Major resistance zone would be up there at 42. Minor level would be 39, call it $40. Wait. I don't want to be putting up a bunch of levels here, but I need this thing to pull back a little bit for us. These are the best type of trades. When the candles close at highs and they just trend higher, you know what that is? That is institutions loading up on this thing. I appreciate you guys. Just do me a big favor. Just hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't done so. If you guys make any money with us today, that link's down in the description. So yeah, let's look for pullbacks. If we can get a pullback, which I don't think you're going to get at 38, let's look for that move from 38 to 40. See if we can break through 40. There's a lot of continuation with this thing right now. What's the news? This thing's got to have news. SPY kind of rejecting there a little bit. Chinese stocks advance on gradual tariff increase under Trump, blah, 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 blah. I don't know why this is doing that. This isn't institutional buying right now. There's no denying it. If you guys ever see this, make sure you guys pay attention to these candles that are happening right now. It's a nice breakout bull flag off of $37. SPY putting in a double top. Look at the volume that came in off the bell on the SPY. That's massive. Shit. MSTR looks like it's still climbing. Those puts are not paying. Give me a 4-hour chart real quick. Let's see here. Oh my gosh. Come on.
Regardless of what you are, the reality is the incoming administration is very pro-business. They're focused on delivering, next generation tax reform. They're focused on solving these immigration issues, both the border as well as the H-1B issue.
So listen, I have no problem, you guys. I have no problem with people putting in, like, if you guys comment anything, like, I can take criticism. I know the stream is not the best. But if you're going to do things like, say, the stocks you're looking at, are not good, are not up to par, please provide a reason why you would type something like that. Or ask, why are you looking at these names that are giving you fucking 20% moves in 2 days? It's not up to me what I'm watching. Again, guys, it's not up to me. It's up to the market. I just follow what is going on. Let's look at Robinhood. So I would wait for a pullback here with JD, see if we can get another little move here. I'd like to see this thing start to pull back just a little bit, and I will try to trade a move back up into $40, $42. Let's look at Intel real quick. Another one that's moving. It's not up to me. It is not up to me. Watch. We got to get up through that. We got to get up through there. I think this thing might start to waste a little more time before it tries to extend higher. Yeah, so look here, guys. I didn't see this before, but we got to get above 22. So you have the 100-day and 50-day moving average right in your face as soon as you extend. So what I would do is I'm going to look to get short up there at 22. What you have to watch for, okay? Watch your 15-minute chart on a bounce up into $22 because you could just get stuck between 22, get the pullback, and it very well, more than likely, will hold $21 because you're going to start to have some support, not only but from the level of $21, but your trade line. Okay, so you're just kind of going to be stuck there. You have a major level. You're going to have your 15-minute trade line coming up there. Try to get this, so I could see a scenario where this thing consolidates between $21 and $22. Overhead resistance on the bottom end support, and if you waste time, you'll start to you'll start to get that 20-day moving average and trade line back up into like 19 or 2021, and see if you can try to extend higher in the next month or so, the next couple weeks. Sorry. JD, we have Rumble, RUM. I have to use the restroom real quick. Not moving. Lululemon, not just still holding that level, which is good. Uh-oh, hold on. Let's see what happens there. Meta with TikTok, what's it doing? And look at this. When you know, Meta has news. Why does Meta have volume? Because it has news that they're probably not going to ban TikTok. They're going to try it. Trump said he's going to try to take it back. So that's probably not going to bode well for Meta today. All right, Citi tried to get up there again through 79. Could not do it. Goldman Sachs, again, they just had earnings. Goldman Sachs is on a tear, man. Fuck, this thing is on a tear. If they pull back, I will be buying some for the long term. Cloudflare's flat. JD is really the one that's ripping and roaring right now. Let's look at RGTI. See what she's doing. And there's a beautiful double top at $11. That was our level yesterday. That was our level. Another double top up there. Oh, this is it. It's going to start going. Nobody's watching it, so they're going to sell it off. That's a beautiful pattern right there. Damn. Yes, you still might be able to take part in this. Let me see something here. Yep, this is exact. I'm going after it, guys. I'm going after this. Again, it didn't quite pay yesterday. It depends on how much it is. What was I watching yesterday? All right, RGTI. I don't want to waste my time on this again. It's already there now. I'll create the alert, but it's already there. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Shit. I think I missed it, guys. Damn it. Somebody's putting in 2 orders. 2 contracts for next week. 2, that's it. 3, 2. God damn, lazy motherfuckers, bro. Buy 10, 15 of them. It's the only way you're going to make some decent money. At least. SPY holding up at 596, you guys. I'm going to try and wait to see if we can get 11 on RGTI. I'm going to wait for 1099.11 or so. I want to see if we can test again that pre-market high. All right, we may not be able. I think we can. It looks like we could. Looks like we can. So I have it up. I'm going to be watching the option price. Let's watch Amazon. Everything should be at resistance, guys. Just about close to it. Amazon, a little minor level. Support here at 224 on Amazon. If this thing holds, look for a test back to high a day. That's a mean rejection, though. Amazon does have some volume here. Everything did off the bell, but then it just left. Yeah, it's probably not going to hold this. I don't think it's going to hold. I don't know, man. I don't like it. It's not really moving. It's already kind of moved and did what it needed to do. JD.com. Here we go. We're finally going to get the pullback we're looking for. That's a massive move higher. Love the continuation. Okay, there's your resistance. Or that there's looks to be a level right there. Yeah, so if we pull back to $38 off of this zone here, I don't think you'll get 38. I mean, I'm not going to make any guesses, but I just, with what this thing is doing right now, you're probably not going to get the pullback. Look at this. I'm going to use the restroom real quick.
Also, this yields, I think it was a little bit supercharged yesterday by Fed Governor Chris Waller, yes, who was very dovish. I mean, even more dovish than he sounded a few weeks ago, and certainly more dovish, I think, than the market expected when he hinted that first half cuts were firmly on the table for him if we continue to see good inflation data like we saw this week. Even I asked him about March. As soon as March, here's what he said.
January, we need to kind of see what's going to happen. It's there's, the chair has said we're in really no rush to do things. We need to see a little more progress on inflation. This month was good, but we need to make sure we get through the turn of the year to make sure it continues.
This is the guy I was talking about this
We'll have to
morning
wait and see. I don't think March could be completely ruled out, depending on what the data, but anything that kind of disrupts that, it's likely to push it back some. But it's, as long as the data comes in good on inflation or continues on that path, then I can certainly see rate cuts.
That unemployment is what he's concerned with, because there's a lot of layoffs being announced right now as we speak. Kohl's, BP, numerous companies talking about layoffs. Let's go ahead and look at DJT here. Let's take a look here. DJT just choppy right now. This is kind of what I'm talking about. That's some nice volume there. This thing really hasn't been giving you follow through the day. Do you guys see what I'm talking about here? You know, this is why I'm looking at what it is that I'm looking at, because these names are giving you follow through. Right? They're giving you a move. Boom. All right, so there's that 380. Your 15-minute chart's right there at 380. Let me pull this up on MSTR. I'm surprised this hasn't pulled back yet. I feel like they're waiting. They're baiting everybody into this long. And then, like, you could see a nice pull. But this is a nice break and retest here. It's a nice little break and retest. Getting follow through. I just think, I mean, you guys got to think about this, right? This thing was just $300 1, 2, 3, 4 trading days ago. This thing's up 50%. Not 50%, I'm sorry, 25. Wait, what was that? Washington Post. Snap. Look, Snap's volatile right now, guys. Snap's volatile. There's some news here. Supreme Court rules against TikTok's challenge that a law would force a sale or a ban. Hold on. Supreme Court rules against TikTok's challenge to law that would force sale or ban. Meta. Meta bouncing back right now as it should. This is good for Meta.
Serious reservations about whether the law before us is content neutral and thus escapes strict scrutiny. Yet, at the end
part of this historic Gorsuch also concurring in his statement here, Justice Gorsuch writing, I harbor serious reservations about whether the law before us is content neutral and thus escapes strict scrutiny. Yet, at the end, if I can get to the end of
Wall
Justice
Street
Gorsuch,
Journal, Supreme Court shuts TikTok shut down.
Opinion here, he writes, whether this law will succeed in achieving its ends, I do not know. A determined foreign adversary may just seek to replace one
So
law.
what does that mean? Rumble, Snapchat, Meta. These are all names that have a news catalyst behind them that's going to give it a reason to move. It's not up to me what I trade.
On Americans.
Sorry, I just have to keep
is
saying
another
this.
case altogether, guys. So back over to you.
Well, I guess the question, Eamon, and this isn't so surprising. We thought that they might uphold the law. Is what happens? Does TikTok get banned on Sunday?
Well, that's a really good question, right? What we've seen is that the Biden administration doesn't want the last act of the Biden administration to be a ban on TikTok. So they have signaled that they will not be enforcing the provisions of this law over the weekend. Remember, the deadline happens on January 19th. President Trump is sworn in on Monday, January 20th. The 19th is a Sunday. The 20th is a Monday.
Meta
is a federal
support
holiday.
at 6:20. You can
And
see
so
it move back
therefore,
to
you're seeing an
6:30.
argument from the Biden administration that,
Could
hey, we'll
see a
just leave it to the
6:30
next business
rejection
day
as
for the
well.
new executive branch that
We'll
comes
wait for
in
that. It
to
all
enforce this
depends.
law. Trump has said that he
Let's
doesn't
see
want
here.
a TikTok ban to happen. He argued that
Right.
there should be a delay. He should be allowed to broker some kind of a deal himself. That gives him enormous leverage over all of the
610
players
is
here.
your
And presumably
pullbacks
Trump
off of
wants that
620.
leverage
610 would
and
be your
wants to come up
support.
with a deal that he likes.
All right. Stock selection, guys. Just make sure you're selecting the right names. Right? It's important because it's going to give you volatility, and if it's not giving you volatility, it should give you continuation. Just important. I'm going to be saying that shit all day, and I'm going to drill it in your head. If you're not consistently profitable, but you feel like you kind of know what you're doing, but you're not making as much money as you think you should be making, it's probably because your stock selection is not where it should be. And you're trading what you want, not what you should be trading. Right? You got to go where the market's at. You got to go where institutions are. They're gobbling up JD.com right now. Look at that. Massive. They're just getting huge. The higher we go, the bigger the volume gets. Give it to me. These are whales munching, and you need to eat with them. Okay? You got to eat with them. These are the big boys that are going to pay you big money. Here we go. Let's consolidate above 38. There's a reason why I say consolidate above 38. Look at that. Look at that. These are whales, guys. This is the water splat. Like, this is... If you were looking at an ocean right now, there'd just be a spot in the ocean that's just going crazy. Fish getting eat, like just whales are just eating, and they trapped all this fish into one little zone. And this is where, you know, life dies and life thrives. You know, it's just nature. You gotta eat. You gotta eat. And there's something on the other end of that is not going to eat no more. It's going to be eaten. Here we go. Watch that 15-minute trade line. Watch for a consolidation above 38 entries, and they're probably not going to give it to you. That's the first pullback. Look at that. Look at your tape. Read the tape. This thing is just gone. I'm going to give this thing 1 minute. I still think it's going to keep going off this first pullback. I think you get this first pullback, and then it continues. The only thing that worries me is that it's a Chinese name.
I mean, Xi Jinping and Donald Trump spoke. Trump has said this morning, just recently, they talked about TikTok directly, leader to leader. Xi Jinping clearly wants TikTok to continue to be active in the United States. He clearly doesn't want to sell it.
All right, JD.com. All right, so I'm looking at next week 40 calls, not HD, not Home Depot, JD. typed in the wrong thing.
to the Chinese government and
Hold on one second.
Chinese a huge ability.
I'm not going to buy this right away, but I'm going to have a limit order up here. Or watch. God damn it. It's already going to go. I didn't even have enough 61.66.
Major media outlet in the United States. The Supreme Court has said the ban of that can go into place, but the politicians in the executive
All
branch,
right.
both on the Democratic side and the Republican side, don't want that to happen because of
So I'm good there. Wait, where? So we have two. Okay, so that's not bad. That's not bad. It's not great, but let me make sure I have the date and everything right. Yeah, 24th of January. Okay, that's a $40 call. There we go. That's right. Give us the pullback.
Offered anything on that front? I mean, the only plausible person mentioned is Elon Musk, according to reports, but it doesn't seem like they have a lot of willingness to sell it. So how does it stay in the U.S. without a
Now I want to see if this thing had news. I'm not sure if I looked. I'm pretty sure I did. That's a nice break above that 38 level. Greater China stocks rise. Taiwan posts largest increase. This article was automatically generated. Okay, stocks Greater China gained on Friday. Hong Kong's Sing Index 0.3 blah 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 rose blah blah. And remember, our dollar should start to pull back while others start to rally a little bit. Semiconductor Manufacturing International Corp was the biggest gainer. 56. Bid 61 cents. International Holdings posted the largest decline among companies falling. Okay. Among large mainland China stocks. I'm going to have to read this later. In Taiwan. Champion. What the hell is going on? So there's really no news behind this. There's really no news behind this. Doesn't seem like it. Come on. Man, if I can get this thing for like 50 cents, I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, that's what's at stake. And what you heard from the U.S. government side is concern about a whole range of things, right? All of the young people who are on TikTok now.
Oh my gosh, I want to try so bad for.
A lot of them are going to join the U.S.
I knew it.
military. A lot of them might join the intelligence community. A lot of them might become American politicians and business leaders in the future.
They might have got me, guys.
Their data now being harvested by
They might have got me.
TikTok and presumably by ByteDance and presumably access.
Fuck, they didn't film me. Fuck, yeah, because they all went up to my order. God damn it, look. So I had a 54. I had 55, then I lowered it to 54. I'm going to keep it there for a minute. I got filled on some, guys. I got filled. I'm filled. All right. All right. So again, that's next week, JD.com.
Yes, and what's astonishing here is politically the calculation by the Biden administration. Biden, of all the politicians in this, Biden has the least to lose by banning this thing now, or allowing the ban that was passed by Congress in a bipartisan way, allowing that ban to go through, because he's at the end of his political career. He's leaving on Monday, right? I mean, Biden has no threat from the outraged, millions of TikTok.
See if we can hold here and test how you day. Come on. That's what I was exactly looking for. Let's go. See if we can get a bounce. We should be able to. I'm going to give this time. I'm not trying to make money off this immediately. But if I get paid, we'll take that high a day and hopefully through it.
If that's the case, that means TikTok is basically unremovable from American society now,
Let's go look at Meta real quick. Nice support level down here on Meta.
Absolutely. Eamon, thank you. Even Senator Schumer.
See, this is a little tricky. It's a little tricky. It is a good sign.
Mitchell Green, who joins us now. You know, I do wonder, as a ByteDance investor, what would be the best outcome here for you after the Supreme Court ruling that the law stands?
Remember, Lululemon's still holding above 375, guys. It's at a major level of support down here. You know, you got to be careful with that one, because the thing is, you do have some resistance above you, like levels and some moving averages on the daily chart. Carvana pulling back like we talked about. That leaves you a 5% pullback into 220. Very nice for those that took this. Great job. 220 would be the target. Taking profits through 230. Before 225, leave some pieces on if you want to try to get down to 220. RGTI. This is going to take a little bit to play out. RGTI. Here we go. So that 15-minute chart is really starting to come in hand. It should come in there. Let's see here. Let me. Again, I'd be watching the $10 puts for next week on RGTI, guys. Okay. Fuck, this thing's going to chew a lot of time off the clock, and that's okay. I may add to this. I'm going to set an alert. Right above this level. All right. I just set an alert, guys. So hopefully... Wait, did it just hit it? Wait, what? Shit, I missed it. What was it? Oh, shit. RGTI, okay. All right. All right, and by the way, JD, I have time on this. The stop for this would be below $38. All right, I want to give this some room. You really have support down. Yeah, so this would be the zone, like below $38. I mean, so it's in my game plan. All right, sit up. I want to sit up above this level, and I want to get, you know, my trade line to start working its way up here. Should be another buy trigger down here. Fuck.
I think there's lots of online companies that try to influence things. I don't know. I'm not going to get into like the politics of that. I just don't know.
What about the valuation? What do you think the U.S. business is worth?
Without obviously it's been a rumor in the press that people want to pay 30 to 40 billion for it. Who knows? Without getting into the specifics of the absolute financials of the business, I think the million-dollar question is if they were to sell it, and let U.S. investors roll or into it, does it include the algorithm or not? I can tell you, if you just ask yourself, what is TikTok, one of the most powerful social media businesses in the U.S., worth to somebody like an Amazon, a Microsoft, a Facebook, a Google? I understand there's some private investors that would love to own this thing. The vast majority of them do not have the capital to do it if this thing was to go out at like a truly a fair value. Now again, they need the DOJ if one of these big strategics is going to come in to approve it.
You guys have questions below?
But again, I think this. I don't think this is going to end. End on Sunday, or maybe the Chinese are just going to shut it down and be like, look, you guys banned us, and now you guys get to deal with the political fallout.
I mean, I think Morgan Stanley today was floating.
Watch the tape. VWAP. Watch the tape here. I don't like that the trade line is back at low a day. I don't like that. But as we consolidate and chew up time, you'll start to see it just climb and climb and climb a bit higher here. Damn, it's already 10:30. That's crazy.
What is being able to own that to an Amazon? It might be worth 10% of their market cap, like or Facebook or Microsoft. Like, and you can do a bidding war as well. So we shall see.
Dan Ives of Wetbush said north of 100 billion and potentially up to 200
Damn, I was really trying to get this thing a little bit lower.
And that's another question, whether the algorithm gets sold and whether it needs to.
Like I would like to add back at this at like 40 cents, 35, 45 cents. That would be awesome.
It's going to happen. A spin for American investors would be a great thing.
Oh my gosh. And look at this. They're already starting to rip this thing higher, guys. God damn it. No, give me one more double bottom or something. I want another opportunity. Fuck. I mean, just off of these wicks, you're seeing bids up there at 65, 72 cents. Everybody leaving. Everybody leaving right as the magic starts to work. As soon as we start working that magic, motherfuckers want to bounce. Nah, I didn't make any money with you, bro. I can't get back to the stream. You gave me the trade and then I left. Well, I hope you guys are able to manage it well. I do. I want you guys to make money. I don't care. I keep the stream free. I'm here to get mine, and I always will. Look at Alibaba. This is really nice. This one is actually a little bit better. I would say Baba's got a nice trade here. This is actually really nice. That's a really nice. This could be a really nice entry point there on Baba. Come on. I hate that this thing's wasting so much time. 38.34. Jesus Christ. God damn it. I wanted to add more. If you get a run back to high a day, guys, take some of your money off. Back into high a day. Back into that 38, 80, 39. Just take some profits as you get it. It's not yours until you take it. You could have news come out at any minute, so don't get comfortable. Just piece it off. If you only have one, then that's, or two or three, then, I would still take your money, because what you need to do is make money. That's your job. You get paid, you fucking take it. I don't care how much it is. And then you just move on to the next. Don't worry about if we talk about, oh, 50%, 100%, 80%, 200%. I'm just saying, that's irrelevant. You got paid. You did your job. Your job is to get paid. Take some money off.
This ban goes into effect. So right now, those two apps have seen a surge in usage in this moment of this expectation of a TikTok shutdown, but would also likely be subject to the same restrictions as a TikTok is. But there are also some other apps that have benefited in this time of this TikTok uncertainty, and those are U.S.-based social and entertainment mobile apps that have seen a surge in usage.
Bro, they're still talking about social media. And this thing's just falling. Here we go. All right, what did we say? 610. It broke 610. Let's go look at Meta. Let me pull up a 4-hour chart real quick. All right. This is just a wide range. I don't know what's been going on with Meta. This is still a nice consolidation above previous highs. Yeah, 600, 605, 600. This is still. This is so weird. I don't know. This one's. I just feel like this thing's just kind of just. Maybe just trade the range. Whatever you think that range is, you know, it's not perfect, but. 550 to 630. It's pretty wide. You have a flat top resistance here at 600. All right, so you could find some support, which you're pulling into right now. You're pulling into that 600 support. Technically, that wick that broke below 605, that's technically a pullback test to 600. All right. So if you're seeing massive volume on the bounce out of that thing, I would, ride it out. And just take your money if you get paid. I mean, I wouldn't fight this trend. This is this pretty serious down move. I don't know why it's down. I don't know why they would be selling off when the biggest competitor is having issues. Like they might get shut down. Like Meta would benefit from that. So I don't understand what's going on here. I also haven't been paying attention to it either. So come on, JD, give me a little bit of a cheaper price again, please. Come on. See how the options are holding up and you put in a new low? They just keep doing it. They just keep bidding the motherfucker up. Sorry for my language. I do apologize. Sorry. I just really want to try to get, like, I would love, like, a 40-some cent add to this. Like, if we get, like, 48, 48, 45. There's a reason why I say that. Fuck. It's going to go. If it's going to go, it might start to do it now. See what I meant by we're just chewing some time off the clock and what it's doing to that bottom left chart? Look what it's doing. It's providing some support up and underneath you. God, man, this thing's going to go. Please. I beg of thee. I beg. This thing has been on a roll. We are buying the top end of this thing. Someone has been ahead of this trade.
months later, 270 days later, by the way, they didn't know what day the 270th ban date would occur because it depended on when President Biden signed the law. So that's why it's like
I don't know, man.
the fall, the day before inauguration.
Like I say, guys, if you guys are with us on this trade, make sure you're taking your money. Throw out, make sure you're throwing out some limit orders too, not just trying to market order in and out.
There's been some suggestion, as you said, that if President Biden says we're not going to enforce the law, what he means by that is I'm not going to tell the Department of Justice to prosecute anyone here, which makes sense under the political realities here. But the fact of the matter is the statute's still in effect, and it's going to be up to companies like Apple and Google to decide whether they want to take the risk, maybe small politically, but legally that ban is still in effect.
And in other words, take the risk to keep it on their app stores.
Keep it on.
S&Ps are, let's see here, can we start to make a move? Let's see if we can make a move here.
Hosting services for the app, they could decide because the law applies to
Please do us a favor, hit that like button for us. Subscribe if you haven't already done so.
they're going to turn it off.
Bring us back to the national security concerns and the evidence that was presented to get such an overwhelming majority of members of Congress to ban this.
So we have to put this in context with, of course, years of Chinese surveillance. You talked about some of that, the Volt Typhoon and Salt Typhoon attacks on infrastructure going back to solar winds intrusions.
I don't think they're going to give it to us.
Industrial theft and also lots of pre-positioning of malware. So against that backdrop of Chinese
God damn it, somebody.
Congress 9 months ago decided that they wanted
Somebody in there, look, fucking one contract. Who the hell is putting out one contract?
Chinese party or to ban it. I think at the time
At least make it entice to get filled.
didn't want to look soft on China. The particular solution that was proposed here, namely this ban or whatever, wasn't the subject of public hearings. There were a lot of public hearings about the potential national security risk, which is one that I think is serious, and that's really basically two. One is that China is going to siphon off some of the data of Americans' users to Beijing for AI training purposes, to build dossiers on Americans, or to covertly manipulate content on TikTok. And one quick example, what if President Xi wants to invade Taiwan, and for 2 or 3 months beforehand, there's a very subtle influence campaign on TikTok designed to show that Taiwan really isn't that great a country, it really isn't as democratic as we want, maybe we shouldn't really be standing up for it.
Propaganda.
You can see that happening.
So is it a propaganda tool of the Chinese government?
Well, TikTok correctly points out in the courts that, and the government has stated that it has no direct evidence that China has in fact manipulated content thus far on TikTok. TikTok has made it very clear that that has not happened. They would resist it if it happened, but there's the risk that it would happen. And under Chinese law, as we know, ByteDance is required to do what basically the Chinese Communist Party tells them to do, and so that risk is real.
Dude, come on.
Has not yet materialized.
But they do have all the data on Americans, correct?
Well, again, TikTok would tell you that the data on Americans is stored in the United States,
Come
in
on.
Texas, and in Singapore, and not in Beijing. So, again, the Supreme Court, in today's opinion, said we understand the evidence isn't crystal clear on this point, that these risks have not in fact materialized, but nonetheless they're significant. Congress found them to be significant, and the court is going to defer to that judgment.
And if the platform itself does not have a First Amendment interest that overrides all those things, even though it's an instrument for free expression.
And, that's a good point, because this really shows that we really are just at the very beginning of understanding how we want to regulate social media. TikTok said
Keep an eye on your level 2. I know I haven't been talking. I've been kind of like watching and like looking at some things here.
TikTok itself, because of the editorial discretion in coming up with the algorithm and curating content, that itself gives it a First Amendment right. I mean, there's a reason people go on TikTok versus X versus Instagram, because you like the feed, you like the feel of it, and so it has a First Amendment right. We're going to be struggling both with the question of how to regulate social media and, more importantly, the risks and rewards of Chinese technology for the next decade.
So if what TikTok is saying to defend itself is true, what you just said, the American data is stored here in America, there's no influence from the Chinese
Come
government,
on, man. Do something here, please.
then why don't they just allow it to be sold in the U.S.?
Well, from their point of view, number one, ByteDance thought they'd win this
They're not gonna give us anything cheaper. I don't think we're gonna get anything cheaper, guys.
Number three, TikTok is an incredibly valuable part of ByteDance's empire. It's worth, as we've just heard, tens of billions of dollars. It's really hard to separate TikTok America from the rest of TikTok because those other 2 billion users around the world want American content. And if you suddenly shut off TikTok in America, it's less valuable elsewhere. It's clearly less valuable here in the United States. It generates over $5 billion of advertising revenue alone.
I know, but they could get a pretty hefty price for that if they spent more time figuring out that deal instead of lobbying against this ban.
That's certainly what a lot of people are saying. There's a lot of truth to that. And they would also, TikTok would say, we had a First Amendment right. We thought we were trying to vindicate in courts. They lost, obviously. And as an economic matter, this is a terrible decision for them if they're forced to sell TikTok at a fire sale, basically.
Yeah. And why would they surrender this point of leverage? I mean, it's sort of not really a big deal.
And you can, who knows what happened in today's phone call with President-elect Trump and President Xi, but you can envision some kind of horse trading going on. President Trump loves doing deals, and you can envision some kind of discussion that says, well, maybe we'll go light on tariffs, and if you let us take care of the SAP, et cetera. So there's lots of bilateral issues between the two that.
It's a massive sell candle in there, but
Why do you think
I want to try to let this thing go and do what it needs to do.
I think it's pretty clear in his case. He loves popularity. He loves the fact that his campaign had a TikTok account which was followed heavily by young men and was very popular. And he believes that was part
I mean, we are kind of sitting here rejecting and rejecting. Let's see if it rejects here,
I do wonder how much this sort of figures into the relationship right now
which it could.
between U.S. and China. Secretary Yellen was in China a few months ago, and the Chinese brought up the TikTok issue with her in the context of talking about tariffs and other major economic and national security concerns.
It's a big irritant between the two countries, but that very fact also gives the ability to come up with a deal because both sides, the U.S. and China, are interested in resolving this. It sounds like Congress, broadly speaking, now is having second thoughts about the ban in some place. Clearly, President Trump is, and China obviously has the ability to control the situation.
So what do you think is going to happen?
I want to just draw a distinction between what the law says and what might politically happen. What the law says is that the ban is going to go into effect on Sunday. We'll see whether companies feel comfortable in taking President Biden's word about non-enforcement. President Trump is going to come into office right after the inauguration. Presumably, he'll issue some executive order saying, I too am not going to enforce that. But the law says that unless there's something called a qualified divestiture, which is a technical term in the statute, but basically means that China no longer owns the app. If the president determines that, and that's in the statute, then the ban gets rescinded. So that's specifically contemplated in the statute. But merely having President Trump say, oh, I'm not going to enforce the law, isn't the same as rescinding the ban. And so he's going to have to figure out a way to meet the statute's requirements to give app stores and users and cloud service providers enough comfort legally that even though Trump says this, the law will in fact be rescinded.
The lawyers are going to be busy on
Lawyers
this
are
one.
going to be busy, and again, illustrative of the fact that everything in this case has been unpredictable and unprecedented.
Glenn, it's
All right, let's go take a look at RGTI.
on all this breaking news. Let's get back to Austin with a little more analysis.
RGTI is still hanging out here.
So, Sarah, just looking here at the implications for some of the other social media players in this new period of uncertainty and the fact that TikTok is currently is scheduled to get shuttered effectively on Sunday, we do expect social media content creators to continue to look for other alternatives. And if you just look at the top chart right now,
Let's go look at JD.com. 1 second here because I wanted to do something.
number one is Rednote. I don't think you could see my
I wanted to set an alert.
number, which is owned by another Chinese company. Number two is Lemonade, which is
I don't know why this is doing that.
number three is Clapper, which is video.
It's a nice little break and retest there on Meta.
ChatGPT. Number five, Flip, which is shopping and social media creations, and number six is Threads. Then after that is Temu. So if we're looking at the top seven, effectively all but number four is in some way related to
Let's set an alert.
there is a
I'm gonna set an alert right
So what we're seeing right now
there.
on the App Store is that people are really looking for TikTok alternatives, not just turning to Reels within Meta or the short form video within YouTube, but they're really looking for something that feels like TikTok, hence the popularity of Red Note. Sarah?
Well, that's what I was going to
No, 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 no. I want to at or below, bro.
social media companies. Why are the best
At or
alternatives
below.
other Chinese social media companies, which
At or below.
all sorts of national security concerns? Do they just do these apps better than Meta or Snap?
Well, look, I think if you look at a pure numbers standpoint, I would guess that the number of people, the actual volume of engagement is going to go primarily, at least in the near term, to a Meta or to a YouTube. Because right now there are just so many people who already have those apps and who even engage with them daily. But there is a sense that those formats are more of a copycat format and that TikTok was the original. We're even seeing this theme of people posting on TikTok and then Red Note that they're fine with having a Chinese spy, that they are giving all the permissions because they know that the Chinese are spying on them and they're okay.
It sounds so dumb. That's so crazy. We're okay with the Chinese spying on us. Like,
And these are people posting this on
we would much rather have this than to.
and they were so engaged
People are so
with that
goofy.
short form video format. But I do think overall, Sarah, we are going to see a huge benefit to Meta and a huge
I mean, I get it. You know, that's how they feel. That's how they feel.
Where are their parents like? The other mover on all of
You
this,
can only do so much.
of what Julia's talking about that has been interesting is Duolingo.
Yes.
So this is the online course where you can learn a new language. They said that their business around Chinese language education has jumped 200% recently from where it was. The stock is up big yesterday. It's up again today. As Julia reports, all these people are going to other Chinese.
All right, so let me know, guys. What are you guys up to? How has your day been going? What are you guys looking at? What are you guys trading? All that fun stuff. Let me know. I'd like to know. All right, right now, yeah, we're below VWAP now. You know, we had a nice buy trigger there early in the morning. Some investors there with that. I'm just going to give this thing the room that it needs. If, you know, I just don't see anything. I mean, other than like technical levels, I want to see this thing hold and try to extend. I would like to see this thing try to extend. Not sure if we'll get it or not, but, you know. Excuse me. Ah.
Disappears, and advertisers are very, very nimble. These guys tend to have 6 to 14-day windows over which they tend to advertise on a company like TikTok. So what do they do while we
Like I said, guys, with our entry, if you guys need to, I want you guys to remember, if you guys do trade anything that I trade, you are responsible for your own trades. And if you get any type of profits off of those trades and you don't take them and the trade, I don't care if it was 10%, 12%, 5%, take some off. Manage your risk, okay? And if you only have enough to buy 1 or 2 or 3 contracts, then your job is to make money and you get paid. If you get paid on a trade, you did your job. I don't care how little it is. You need to pack those gains on. All right? Pack those gains. Pack on those gains. All right? So, we had a really, really nice trade this week with TLT. I was really excited about that. We talked about it Monday and Tuesday. Like, man, you know, these yields are coming into that zone. We get that pullback. We could see TLT back at 97. I'm not sure where TLT's at right now because I stopped watching it. But damn, it's at 87.30. So, I mean, these contracts were 10 cents that we were in. All right, we were in them for 10 cents, and right now they're 38.40 cents. That's a 300% gain still, even at the close. You went up to 88. I would have been curious to see what they were there. So probably, what are you, 7 cents in the money? Well, you paid 10 cents for it, so.
because they're spending maybe 6 to 8 hours every week on TikTok. That means they don't spend as much time on other apps, the 3 other guys that I just mentioned. And the impulse buying that TikTok has facilitated is not something that Facebook, Google, or
Keep 38.50 on watch. We got to get back above that. You know, we still have just a nice long consolidation here.
Value is going to disappear overnight.
But I just think, you know, it's Trump has said that he doesn't want to ban. I mean, basically that they don't want to ban.
All right, let's go. Let's start the buy trigger. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Like I said, if you guys get paid, please do yourself a favor and take the money as you get paid. Throw out limit orders. All right? Your job is to get paid, is to pay yourself.
In revenues in North America in 2024. That's our best estimate. I think if I use
Keep an eye on 38.60, 38.59. I don't like the volume that was there on that. It's not cool. There you go. 38.59. I just told you guys about that level. You got to get above it. Two levels I would watch intraday. Right there. Right there. Okay. Let's go. We got some buyers stepping up now. They get those sellers not as much stepping in. Let's go. Let's see if we can get through this level, guys. Let's see. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's get through this level here. Let's go. Let's get through it. Come on. Let's get through this. God damn it. You assholes. This thing's just going to consolidate. But we are still starting to see here these buyers. I knew I shouldn't have said anything. But that was the first sign there, guys. We don't even have anybody here, do we? Hold on one second here. Yeah, nobody's even here. Fuck it. All right. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Let's get it. Come on, get it. Let's go. Let's go work it right back to 38.80. Let's go. Let's start going on a run here, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Start taking some of that money, guys. Start taking it. Let's go. Start taking some. Let's go. Let's go. You're going to get this pullback. See if we can't get the hold. See if we can get the extension. Still buyers buying. Let's go. Run them bids up, baby. Run them bids up. Let's go. Let's go. I do have some orders at 63, guys. As we start pushing, buyers are still here. Bang. Get us all. Let's go. Just lift it up. Lift it up. Go ahead. Go to 64. Go to 64. All right, I got a lot filled right there, guys. Let's go. Let's keep going, man. Watch those buyers. Guys, take your money here in front of this, or just as you get paid. Just, buyers are buying right now. The trend is your friend right now. It's not, you don't have the greatest of volume. You need to understand that, but they are stepping up. So as you're being paid, you need to take your money. Anything can happen. Any type of news can come out. And you don't need to sit there and worry about, oh, if I would have just held. If I would have just held. No. Your job is to make money. If you don't take your money, it's not yours. It's not yours until you take it. Just as you get paid. Listen, I'm not telling you guys what to do. You guys do what you want to do. I'm telling you what I'm doing. I'm going to continue to manage my risk and be consistently profitable. Because there's nothing worse than being green and watching that trade go red if something goes wrong, especially if you get a news catalyst that something happens and you get a limit down and you're like, damn, not only was I up 20, 30, 40%, I'm down 50%. That's a sucky feeling. These are the two levels I'm taking profits at, just so you guys are aware. I want to see what the buyers do here. If they look, they're still kind of here, but yeah, let's go. Let's go. Gotta watch this level here at 38.75, guys. Just toss those orders out there, pay yourself. That's your job. Your job is to get paid. And I'm doing it. Are you doing it? Guys, I'm telling you right now, if we can break out to the highs here, man, this could be a really nice trade. If you pull back here and hold, look at the volume on that pullback. All right, here's another thing that I'm looking at. I'm probably going to get out of this trade and sell everything. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. There's those buyers again. Because I feel like I can get a cheaper price. So here's my thoughts with this. Ah, that's nice that you have your 15-minute there. There you go. Look at that, 66. Let's go. So our hourly chart, right? Our trade line, look. So this climb right now should bring this thing up. That's what we want to see, right? We want to see the stock start to continue. You want to see these buyers step up. We got what we were looking for. We want to see this thing push, and as that pushes, it's going to push your trade line. Then you can look for a pullback, lean on that as support, right, up into this area. And then what is that? All right, we were buyers here. This is buyers stepping up, all right? But you're kind of oversold, but it's just relative strength. But you're not oversold. You're oversold on a 4-hour, but look at the daily. You know, you start to get a short squeeze going here. My target's $40, but I'm just thinking, how can I build some insurance on this? Which is what I'm doing. Nice trade there. And I feel like on an hourly time frame, I feel like, yeah, see, I feel like I can get 38. I feel like I can get a 38 entry. And that's going to soften up. That's really going to soften up that 30-minute and 15-minute time frame. 15 minutes still overdone, so like really badly. There's a 5-minute back overbought territory. You got to take, if you guys aren't taking profits here in front of this level, it's a Chinese stock, so it's tricky. Like, as much as I would love for this thing to give you 40, I don't know what it's going to do. I really don't. It's just, part of me is just like seeing this 1 minute. You just have to learn how to read the tape. If you don't know how to read the tape, or would like tips with it, you can always get a hold of me and do a one-on-one. There are a few things that I'm concerned about. I just feel like that we could be able to get 40. I don't know. But as long as you're doing this, right, you don't want that right there. You don't want just massive selling that just kind of like stops you from being able to finish the race. It's not hard to explain, but I mean, it's not anything to, it's nothing major. I just feel like the bigger moves on this name is on the gap up and gap down. And if I can get myself a 38 entry, I'm even more happier. All right, that's what I'm getting at. All right. Part of me is thinking that I can get that low 38 entry. All right. And I may be wrong. That's it, guys. If it goes higher, it goes higher. I'm just taking my money. I'm cool with that. All right, guys. So if you got in there at the low 50s and you had a chance to get out at 65, just so you're aware, all right, 10 cents on this trade, that's a 20% gain. And if you're not taking that, you're just asking for trouble. You know, because you got to remember, look at this massive move we had this morning, and we kind of paid up for it. All right, and there's still a chance. There's still a chance that we see 38. I'm not sure if we do. Things are lining up. I just think you just got to be careful here. And I want to let this thing pull back. I think I can get in at a cheaper price. Excuse me, sorry. I'm telling you right now. I've said it to you this morning. I'm looking for like 45 cents. 45, 48. That's really where I'd like feel comfortable with this. And I would just let it do what it needs to do. Until then, I'm going to continue to build insurance on this trade in case these things break out. All right, so I have an alert just above 38, just above $38, right around, it's like 38.10, 38.11, 38.13, something, whatever it's at. 38.13 is what it's at. So let's see if we can pull in there, soften this thing up a little bit. And listen, if 38 breaks and that's all the trade has, then I'll look to just go short. Or I'll just look at something else. You know, this thing had institutional buying this morning. I want to be behind that because I know if I get a 38 to 40 move, shit. We just got like, what did we get? You know, pullback. You got a 36 cents up here to 37 cents. You know, you only got, what was this? 30, 40, 50, 60. You got 30, 40 cents and you pulled 20% off. Think about you get $1, $2. Think of the percentage gain then. Think of the percentage gain on 75 cents.
What is involved in, as you say, disentangling the technology from China? I mean, if you don't actually have the base code that seems...
And I will say this, man, again, if you're going to leave dumbass comments and make yourself look like an idiot, please provide a reason why you say some dumb shit. I need you to. Because I need you to let the world know how dumb you are and how dumb you look. Alright? So, when you say things like the stocks you're looking at are losers or whatever the hell you want to say, well, guess what? Don't take it up with me. Take it up with the rest of the market, right? The rest of the world that has chose those stocks because there's news, earnings catalyst. There's a reason why we look at what it is we look at. And look at the follow-through moves you've gotten on these names. But they're loser stocks. Chances are, if you have 2-3 times the daily volume, you're sure to get, you know, an above average move on that name. All right. So watch your mouth. Just remember, your mother didn't raise you like that. Second, just don't make yourself look dumb. Don't make yourself look dumb. And if you're so good at it, just come on here and do it for free for everybody. Go ahead, go out to education. This isn't pertaining to anyone. I'm just saying. It's just, you know, I just would prefer if you have something. Listen, I need you guys. I seriously need you guys to give me some constructive criticism. I always ask for it. But you can't say some things like, you can't just say these stocks are losers or something and not provide any context behind why you think that. Instead, like, because, you know, an individual who doesn't have a motive of just throwing out dumbass comments, right? They would ask, "What? Could I ask why you're looking at those names? Is there a reason why?" And I would have provided the answer to that, right? But that's how you know it's just the competition out here in this industry. They're just mad as shit that you out here do it for free while they're trying to sell you some membership. And the motherfuckers are trash anyway. And the minute you get there, you give them your money, and guess what? You didn't make any money, and you don't return. That's why when you hear all these people list off, we have 5,000 members, we have 20,000, we have 10,000 members. You have had the same amount for the same fucking 15, 20 years that you've been talking about it. Why is it that number ain't ever went up or down? There's no, it's just, you just went to 10 and you stopped. Well, you had a total of 10,000 names in your list? All right. Top gainers, Mara, SMR, QRVO. Let's go ahead and watch Mara. It's still climbing. It's up 12% right now. All right. SMR, new scale. I wanted to also look at this, but this doesn't have a reason yet to move. I mean, it does because it's at resistance. Look at that follow through there. CrowdStrike was up there at resistance. I was doing some, I was going over the chart last night on this, and this one looked pretty good. It kind of like, and obviously, everything I saw last night, it was obviously true, and now it's just giving you some massive follow through back down to 350. So I guess you could look for any bounce back rejections up there at 355, 360 maybe, and maybe you get back down to 340. But the fact that this failed yesterday at the close, like look at the 15-minute chart. Look how you got above this level, held, failed, tried to get above it, and then right before the close, it failed. And what's it do? It actually went up there this morning. That's actually pretty crazy. That's actually pretty crazy. It did go up to 370 this morning. Watch and see if the SPY gives you a nice pop right here. See what I mean? Look at Futu, guys. Look at the volume there. When's this thing ever had that volume? This is the most volume it's had in quite some time, right? And then look at that. Look at that follow through. Sure, this is a loser ass name. You're right. But guess what? It ain't up to me to discriminate. All right? Trade that mother sucker. That's where everybody's at. All right. Futu actually is at a little bit of a resistance zone here on this long ascending wedge. All right, $89, $89.50. You have a bit of a double top being put in here. That 15-minute time frame. Man, those contracts are holding up nice on JD.com. I don't know if we're going to get 45 on those. 48. Like I want like the high to mid 40s. I'll take lower, but if I can squeak out 20% gains, like I would be able to use nothing but profits for the long and just let it, 2 trades. Well, I could do it with one, but like I'd say it all depends on the trade size too. But two trades of what I just did, I'd be able to. If we could get these around 40 or so, I would just put it on and let it. I would give it the time that it needed. or like, you know, I would just let it do its thing, and stopped out. I stopped out. But so here we go. You're coming close to the area here. You're at an inflection point. It's coming.
So I'm not sure who has that solution. And we've been saying for some time that
That is a nice inverse head and shoulders somewhat. I know it's hard to see here. There's your left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Are you going to get back above 38.80? You also have your 15-minute trade line and VWAP, 15-minute VWAP holding trade line coming right up. I told you guys, pullback, consolidation, eat up time. Get that. This is exactly the analysis I gave you on the trade, and it's doing just that. We also said NVIDIA would probably get stuck between 138. That's probably where a lot of people are at. They're like, damn, like, what are you supposed to do with that? Like, it's not doing anything.
Frank McCourt, what a day to have you. Thank you very much. We'll see what happens this weekend. We'll see what happens with President Trump. But certainly, we appreciate you coming on, making your case as a buyer, which would prevent ultimately a ban if President Trump goes that route. Thank you.
you're welcome.
When we come back, the Dow and S&P on pace for their best weeks now since early November. As this week's retreat.
I mean, you can't say that they're not trying for everybody for TikTok. They're trying to keep it around.
It all started with a small business idea.
It's the pillow with the speaker in it.
That's right, Craig.
Pulling in the perfect team to get the job done.
I was here for the internet. AT&T, super fast.
You locked us out?
And when we were thrown a curve,
All right, Soundhound, nice.
we had everything we needed.
Internet out? Don't worry, we have AT&T internet backup.
The next level network for small business.
Nice support there with the 50-day. Also have a bit of resistance.
You can invest in the same kind of real estate investments that have powered the world's largest portfolios for decades. From properties generating income today to developments appreciating for tomorrow. Our billion-dollar fund is designed to bring balance to your portfolio.
All right, let's see.
Grow your wealth year after year. Start growing your real estate portfolio today with the Fundrise Flagship Fund.
TNDM selling off. FLNC selling off. CLSK. Which is Clean Spark. CLSK. This is 1230. You have the 50-day moving average right there in your way. There was a really good podcast that I'd like to play for you guys with Dan Niles and some of his thoughts going into the end of the year that I think is important for a lot of people to hear. So I'm going to play a video, and then I'm going to play that video.
In the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to all investors, sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always looking.
Closing bell over time, 4 Eastern, CNBC.
Let's say you're D in a show, or a game, or the game, on a train, at home, at work. Okay, maybe not at work. Point is, at Xfinity, we're constantly engineering new ways to get the entertainment you love to you faster and easier than ever. That's what I do. Is that Nirvana?
I'm Craig Whitten, and I want to buy your jewelry. We make
All right, let's see here.
my entire jewelry
Dude, you've had 4 fucking years to review it. What are you talking about? Mars got that 50-day moving average also right in its way. JD pulling back now. We might be able to get a second entry. I don't like that, you know, now the options are starting to decay a little bit. They're not just decaying, but they're starting to give up that profit as you go higher. It's just chewing up too much time. And that's the other part to this, even though we're out a week. If you go back and you watch what the stock was doing versus what the options were doing, we kept making new lows, and what did those options do? They never lost value. Like they hit the low up here around these highs, and then they just never went any lower. So
imagine what your lungs look. You don't understand how dirty the block is. On camera, it doesn't do it justice. Like how you don't understand how dirty the block is. On camera, it doesn't do it justice. Like how much crap we get in our eyes when we're filming here, making videos for you guys. Imagine what your lungs look like. But your body must filter that out somehow, or it doesn't, and it stays in there. Hey, Jude, go look in the mirror. Your face is filthy. Is it? Covered in it. Dude, look at this. It's everywhere. And your ears too. Oh yeah, well the ears are the worst. Look at this. Blech. Oh, my gosh. Dude, it's disgusting. That's why wearing a helmet's good. Can we please get the guys who we usually get to come clean the block to come clean it all? Yep. They come spend like 2 hours and just blow all that stuff, and then they actually need to pick it up. We should invest in one day. We should invest in a lot sweeper that sucks it all up and bags it. Yeah. Just run it every morning. Like the day before we come, you and I, for our trips, we need to just have someone who comes and cleans the block. Mm-hmm. It's gonna get dirty, but if they cleaned it the day before we came or the day we show up, because that's the week we mainly drive on it, then when we're gone, it can get dirty, which is obviously what's gonna, holy shit, it's the back of my neck. Bro. That's disgusting. Well. Holy disgusting. So, Jason is on his way here to come pick up the Aston Martin. The funny thing is, he goes, is it readily available? I said, yeah. So it's in the air. I told him to take the wheels off. Oh, that's funny. We should hide them. I'm like, I don't know. You want to? You want to play a prank on Jason and go and like just torment him and put the car in the air? Or it's in the air. Take the wheels off, take the hood off, take the doors off. I'm just joking, that's too far. How much time do we have? He's gonna be like probably 45 minutes because he's way down in Lake Fort, like where he lives. Well, I think we should prank Jason. I don't know, like some people can't take a joke. So it'd be interesting to see what would happen if we did that. In the meantime, we shot a whole vlog today and I am just sorting the clips right now. And it can be a monster because, well, we're shooting now, you probably noticed that, storage channels on the main camera. And then you make sure you don't get it mixed up, right? So I usually will try to grab all the clips. I can't show you these clips unfortunately because this vlog is not out yet for you guys. You hear me yelling at the camera. But yeah, if we mix them up, then it makes Jimmy's life really hard. So the goal is always to make Jimmy's life easier. Not because we're super nice guys. I'm actually using the camera to hold the camera up right now. Not that we're super nice guys, but also just for efficiency for you guys. Like if you watch the video where Damon took the F12 to the track to do some high-speed testing. We actually sat there and went through every clip from every GoPro, and there's 4 of them. And there's 2 main cameras. There was both Sony's. We call it the long lens, just like a big zoom lens to get close up to the car. We actually went through every single clip to make sure that when Jamie got it, it was all useful, make his life easier. And actually, we showed some of that in the stories video. But we keep it lean here. I mean, we don't have a guy sitting in a room organizing footage, it's either Damon or I, depending on how the day is going, to get it done. So in the meantime, I'll move these files over. This will be done in a minute. Then we'll go hide Jason's wheels, or what do we do with Jason, and see if he can get worked up. We lost power there for about 12 hours, maybe a bit less. And now the alarm's going crazy. They're functional, but like to open the doors, you have to use a hard card, which I don't have. I only have the app on my phone. And we pay $1,000 a month for monitoring, which includes maintenance and blah, 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 support and, you know, full meal deal. Unfortunately, they haven't come yet to fix it. It's a fucking hustle, but it is what it is. What is so dark in here?
A few videos back, Dave and Damon got me this thing that I really love. It looks great, it feels great. I love driving around with it.
You talking about the grilling?
Hell no! I'm talking about the Drip car freshener. The car chemicals or anything, so you can just breathe this stuff in. It's a medium and $5 for your first month.
Rockform case like this. I don't think people realize that rockform case like this. A minute. What are you numbskulls doing? Hey Tim, I like you.
What?
Reviewing tomorrow's vlog. Number is 6. You know what's cool? Using the rockform case like this. I don't think people realize that the things that we have sponsors in our life that have been with us a long time, we use all those products and services. And just to point something out, actually, since we're here and I'm looking at that, that's actually really handy. Talking about the case, we went and test drove the F12 and we had to get up at 4 a.m. pre-coffee, head isn't screwed on, drove here, had to get our things, all the safety gear, and I forgot my damn Pelote shoes. Guys, I wear them all the time. And in that video, everybody was like, oh, they don't wear their Pelotes. No, we do. And trust me, if I'm driving, what do I want to wear? I want to wear a driving shoe. I don't want to wear Jordans. But I got stuck wearing Jordans that day. So just for the record, you know, chill. We all got our Pelotes on, except for Evan.
Trader!
DC on. Everybody jump him.
Whoa!
Jeez.
Whoa!
Come on, let's get him.
Are we gonna prank Jason or are we gonna let him be nice?
Well, I have another...
How do we gently put the car on its roof? So he walks in here, it's upside down.
I have another 30 minutes of a vlog to review. He's gonna be here in 20 minutes. What should we do, take his wheels off? Let's take his exhaust off.
That's a lot of work. I watched him do it.
What's quick?
What's a prank that's not, like, what else could we do?
I don't know.
Dude, bring it down, take the passenger driver's seat out, and then put it back
That would be a
in the
good
air.
one. Take the seat
So
out.
he brings it down, opens the door, there's no seat in it.
Wait, lower it. Let's see if the taillight comes out easy. Take the taillight out.
Just one tail light? Take the windshield out.
Take the headlights
I'm not
out.
taking the
Take the headlights out. So he gets in, he goes to drive down the road, and there's no headlights.
How much is his windshield? Google it quickly and it smashes windshield. Like, I don't know what happened.
That's
Settle
crazy.
down.
It's cheap. Maybe it's like $300.
We can make everyone happy and take the wrap off.
Everyone always has that one that stabs you right in the gut. Going down.
This car is slammed though. I'll give it to Jason. The stance on this car is perfect with the wheels and the tires and all that.
Uncle Ray Ray has a saying for this.
What?
Yeah, gang bang low.
Gang bang low.
That's interesting.
I want some of my cars to ride like this. How do we get, by the way, this company, I think, offered to make a kit for the 599. Let's get it done.
All right.
This is really slow.
So, do you want to pull his driver's seat out and hide it somewhere?
Hide it?
We can't be here.
Bong, bing,
Oh,
bong.
that's true.
And everyone's
Dude,
like,
look how jacked up it is right now. If we moved it, it would actually go down.
it'd settle.
Settle a lot.
What's back there?
What are you cooking up back here, Tim?
I was just taking the tail light out. It's easier.
Take a tail light out.
Fuse for the fuel pump so it don't start.
What? That's crazy.
That's good.
Dude, I say we take the seat out. You go to get in it and there's no seat in it.
That's obvious though.
Is it?
I don't know.
Yeah, but you can't let him drive away with no taillight.
That's a safety issue, Tim.
That's a safety issue.
Well, you could drive away with no seat.
Well, let's warm it up. Hold on. Let's warm it up for him.
No, let's get out warm and then start it right in front. When you start revving the shit out of it when he thinks it's cold.
Oh my God, that'd actually be pretty funny. He'd freak.
You know, that's an easier task.
We need to get him to do some really crazy dumb stuff to this car.
Yeah.
Like real DDE level. I don't know what it is. You guys comment below. What is it about Jason and this car that you need from him to get really fired up about this project?
What is Jason missing?
You gotta admit, this is a really cool car for $42,000. Like, I know it's amongst all of this stuff, but when you think about this, wrap aside, this is a lot of car for the money. Manual V8, really cool looking car. Like, what else can you get that's this cool for 42
Open the hood,
grand?
Tim.
How much was your vet?
30.
Yeah, lame.
Yeah, this is cooler.
This is cooler. This is cool. It's a cool little car. What are you thinking?
I don't know. I'm trying to think.
Take the engine out?
What?
Could you imagine though? Jason came here.
We could take his.
And he went to turn it on. It wouldn't turn on. We're like, oh, that's weird. I wonder why it's not starting.
He's really proud of
But
this
imagine
girl.
this. Imagine he lifted the hood up to look under here to check like the battery or something, and the fucking engine was out of here.
Oh, that'd be the long con.
That would be actually like, that's high level. That's what you got to do.
Could we pull the fuse for the fuel pump? Actually, that's really quick.
The fuse.
And I guess it won't start, and we start yelling at him.
Just disconnect the battery so it won't even turn on.
That's even easier.
Yeah. It's also easy to put it back.
I feel like any minute now, he's gonna be standing right there. Like, what are you guys doing?
He won't be able to make it in. Call him and find out where he is.
We won't be able to make it in.
Well, he can't get in because the gate's closed.
Oh, that's right.
Steering wheel or a shifter.
I don't know.
That wasn't in here, was it?
I don't know.
Did
Get
that
react, chill. I'm
look
gonna
at this. This looks brand new.
Act chill for a second.
I wonder if Eric Choi did this. Because this doesn't go with this.
Hey, buddy! Just wanted to call and say hi
Pullbacks on
and
the
hope you're
spy
well.
up
And
there in front of
how long did you
600.
get here?
Nice resistance up there.
11 minutes.
All right, bro. I'll see you in 11 minutes. Call me when you get here. I'll let you in. The gates are all messed up from the power outage.
Okay, all right, bye.
All right, bye, buddy. I'm never that nice to him ever.
Dude, look at this. This looks brand new. Did he get an Alcantara shifter and not do a title and thumbnail about it?
What's he doing, man?
But no, seriously, look.
I don't
There's
know if it's
nothing Alcantara in this car. There's no way that's factory.
But he doesn't have a steering wheel from Eric. So he's got a shift boot. Is that what he spent his budget
Dude,
on this
that's
one?
brand new. Look at that.
It feels new.
It's brand new.
That is new. It was leather before.
Yeah. Where's the title and thumbnail about this?
He's been modding off camera.
That's not how this works.
That's not how this works, Jason.
You change your underwear in the morning and get back in this car. I want a thumbnail about it. All right, let's turn it on.
Are now killing the battery? Or turn the battery off? What? We're going to change the battery? Yeah, burn up, baby! We got a good plan. We're not going to tell you guys. You're going to have to find out what we're doing. We're just going to mess with Jason's head. But we have to hurry. So, get us down, open this door. Let's go! Hurry! Okay. I'll tell you guys off camera. Ready?
What's the plan?
America! Can you guys guess? Can you guess? All right, come on. Let's go. We gotta hurry because he's gonna pull up.
Hey.
What's happening?
It sounds like a Mustang, a big V8 Mustang, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's a Ford V8.
It is. What's the gate? Oh, okay.
Can we find somewhere to hide? Over here by these trailers and get stabbed, maybe?
Just get in the trailer.
Oh, we have the tree.
Open the swan doors!
How do you open the fucking hood?
We have to hurry because he's gonna come any second now.
I don't know where it is.
Okay, I'm coming.
Hurry, 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 hurry. You can hide behind that truck pretty easy. Okay, the back hatch.
There's a button.
Open it, open it.
What? What do you mean open it? Push
Shit,
it.
Tim, take action.
Here.
I'm nervous.
Tim, hurry.
Tim, you're fucking this up, Tim. I see this big smile on my fake teeth.
Jason's car on the side of the road in Compton with all the doors open and the keys on the seat. You know what'd be funnier is if someone pulled up and actually tried to steal it. And we had to jump out and stop them.
Bro.
It's just a prank. Dude, that looks so sketchy. Do you think anybody would take that car right now?
That's a bait car.
That's a bait car.
Still.
So inconspicuous too.
What's he driving here? Probably his Tesla?
It's probably in an Uber.
Oh, he's taking the car. Or
Do
he's
you
gonna
think he would
ride.
have drove here to leave a car here?
Maybe.
I don't know. He's gotta be pretty close now. Eh?
Well, he said 8 minutes and we called him 7.5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he's not telling the truth.
He said 11.
Yeah, he said 11.
Oh, really? I blocked out again. Damn it.
See, this is why I didn't want to park into the middle of the road.
Yeah, fair. Bam!
You got good, Jason. We crashed your car. They also don't drive very slow.
And then we wait. Camera right there. What is it? Do you see it?
It's a car. It's a
Okay,
car.
everybody hide. That's
hide.
him. That's for sure him. That's a Tesla.
Yeah.
Shit, he's calling my phone up.
Okay. Don't answer. He's right there. He's right there.
He hasn't got in the car yet. It's so fun.
Yes, he got it now. The keys on the seat.
Is it actually? What's he doing? Did he text me?
He's just sitting there and staring at it. Dude, John Wick is weird. I'd be out of my car so quick.
This is the long game. We have to wait it out. We can't give in. Okay, so Jason's sitting in his car. He's texted me. Here. I think we ran.
You're gonna be lighting your face up right now if he looks at you. What does he say? Did he say anything?
He said here. I replied, we ran out back in 5. So now he thinks we left.
That's perfect.
What's he doing? Again, a sniper's scope reflects light like a camera on, like a lens on your camera. So you can't have a camera like that.
How is Jason invisible? He has not gotten out once.
I'm gonna stop recording for a bit. If something happens, I'll start recording. So I'm not sitting there bored the whole time.
Say, what the fuck? Say, oh, you got your phone.
It's right there. Instead, question mark, you break down, drop a pin. He went and parked again. Dude! Dude! You see him run? Dude, how scary was it when I came running up behind you?
Fucking on, I guess.
Holy crap.
What is this shit?
Dude, did you see him when I ran up on him?
I got it.
You sat in a car for 11 minutes.
Your heart going?
Yeah.
Oh, Judas. Feel his heart.
I worked out this morning. I'm fucking ready to go. You fuck.
I got him.
Keys in the car.
Oh, turn up the brightness.
Oh, okay.
Dude, the replay on that's gonna be so good.
When I ran up.
Is Jason coming to check out his car?
What disrespect is this, dude? You allow this to happen?
Dude, this is so... Dude, we waited forever. You're the most boring person to prank.
I know. You didn't do anything.
Watch this. Oh. Dude, you look scared.
You're that guy on viral videos. It's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Hey, Jason.
Not good. Oh, hey, Jason. Oh, hey, Jason.
You pull up and you were like, what is this?
Like, where are they? I thought you guys would be at least like sitting there or something.
We've been hiding behind the hedge the whole time. We were right there. Watching
I'm
you.
not, but I came to pick up the car. I'm not here to look for you guys. That's why it makes sense. Dave's like, oh, meet us at the gas station. Why would I leave my car like this?
Dude, that's so good. That's so good.
And with the key there too?
Yeah. The key was on the seat.
I know. It makes sense how you guys were there. I'm like, they would go to the gas station, think it's a joke, ha ha ha, and then someone actually steals the car.
Do you think anybody in Compton is stealing a car that has all the doors open and the key on the seat?
I'm sure there's some DD fans that would drive by and gladly take this car.
Yeah, but I mean, dude, think about it.
Because they may end up actually, if you watch and see some buyers step in right here and start getting some follow through, you're still technically holding VWAP. You're still above 38. Now I'm kind of like, man, now I kind of wish, like, I don't know, it's tough. I'm just gonna watch it, I'm just gonna let it go. If I'm gonna tell you guys right now, I more than likely may turn back to being a buyer and get back in this. Just letting you guys know, I know when. If we can get a couple likes, I'll tell you guys when. It's going to be very soon, too. Make sure you're reading the tape.
How much does that scream bait car?
Yeah, of course, with it all open, but...
How many people would come here, right? Look around and go, okay, which one of... Think about it. Which one of the RVs has a cop in it watching me right now? That's what I would think.
I mean, you guys were hiding
I would
out
think
looking
somebody's
at me.
hiding in that car right there for all I know. Or one of these RVs.
Or hiding behind a bush or something, huh? Ha, ha,
big
ha,
car.
ha, ha, ha.
What are you doing with your Tesla? I thought you would have Ubered up here so you could drive this here.
I'm committed, man. I left the house, put the baby down, to get the car, go back to
You
the
don't look
shop.
committed to me. If my car had all the doors open in some sketchy neighborhood, I'd get out and secure the car and ditch the Tesla.
Would you see the
But
text
you
message?
wouldn't get out of the Tesla for ages.
Yeah, because you guys just leave the car here.
I love he's actually mad right
Why
now.
is he mad? Why is he so mad?
This thing doesn't do donuts very well. Does that have an open diff?
It's not that. It's because the way the clutch is. Did you guys really do donuts in it? The disrespect. I'm sure I'm gonna find out on the vlog, huh?
Uh-oh. Subi Nation.
You got competition now.
He probably does want it.
Yo, what's up? Just chilling.
Do you guys really do donuts in the car?
It has an open diff, hey? It doesn't like lock up.
I don't know. I've done like one donut with it.
Don't do a
Ours are
standing bird out
expensive.
either.
That no, it will do.
Yeah, bring it in the back. Come on.
Does like check for booby traps now? Like airbags gonna go off?
Just don't touch the brakes.
That'd be sad.
Thanks, Dave. Thank you. That's what I needed tonight. Make sure don't curb the wheel bringing it in. Hey Tim, can you
He's so upset right now.
Tesla?
So I'm gonna keep filming him so he thinks more things are wrong. So let's keep on filming, get in his head, right? It's not something's wrong, it's when you think something's wrong. That's a real fear of mankind. Start it!
Is he like smoking the exhaust or something?
No, just start it! See what I'm doing right now? I'm living in his head rent-free.
Why are you filming this? Now I'm worried.
Don't be worried. Start it! See what I'm doing right now? Ready?
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Oh shit. I don't have a key.
Oh.
Starts okay?
Started okay so far. Still wondering if you guys love it. Why are you smiling? Who's driving my car now?
And he's charging his phone.
You guys mess with this car?
No, we just parked it outside. Anything else, I promise. We were gonna disconnect the battery to fuck with you. I thought, let's park it in the street. And Jason loses his mind.
Well, Jason did lose his mind. He got all dusted out. The disrespect. Now I'm gonna be on guard at all times. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you.
He's mad.
Yeah.
He needs the happiness in his
He's
life.
not being a good sport. What are you trying to do?
How do you turn everything off?
Press the parking button. Why does it show a bunch of horses on the side of my car?
How do you turn shit off in this?
That's it, it's off.
Feels really good to be back from the holiday break, and it was frustrating there. You guys could tell I was getting frustrated. I'm like, man, we just needed to get back in the saddle and just get everybody back and start, getting back to normal, and here we are. So we're above the 50-day. Just watch for slight pullbacks here up off of this 600 zone. An exact level we could look for. It's already starting to pull back. I don't know if there's really an exact level. Now you have to remember the Dow is already up through that resistance zone. It just went right through it. So this pullback could end up holding, and you could break 600 and you see 602. So we talked about it this morning. 600, 602 was the area, the low 600s. This whole area right here. And I wanted to say, you guys noticed yesterday how tricky it was. If you tried to go long at towards the end of the day, you had to, you kind of had to wait for that dip. Yesterday, they made it hard. Because you know how many people probably said to themselves, oh, cool, we recaptured 592. We recaptured it. And then it fails, and then they get psychologically screwed up. Oh, I'm going long at resistance when it's a minor level. This is a minor level here. And all it did was just break. And then what it did, it just recaptured it. Just to mess with you. All right, so the markets, you just have to stay strong to that 590 level. Right, 590 would have been your stop loss. You come in with a gap down below it, you wait for the bounce into it, then you exit your position. Just make sure you give yourself time. If you're going to trade options, just give yourself time.
No, like, how do you turn the traction off?
I come up here trying to
How do you work this thing?
It's done. That's it. You won.
No, how do you turn
it's
the
off.
traction?
What are all these cows walking on the side of the car?
That is funny. Look at all the cows.
I don't need this.
I don't need this.
Why are there cows? What the hell?
Why is there so many
Dude,
cows?
it's weird.
All those cows are simply just one Evan.
Yo, that's
Does this
so
thing not do anything cool?
It does. You're in reverse right now, though, bud.
You can't turn traction control off in reverse?
No. This thing has no.
It's an Aston Martin.
The TC kicks in.
Literally.
Yeah, but how do you turn it off? There's a button to turn it off.
You don't on this car.
Really?
This is like the most base Tesla.
Oh my
So
god.
like when you try to launch it, it just does like dummy.
Jason, go do donuts in your car then.
Man, I'm so disappointed.
It's cold.
That car is
Thanks for messing with it.
I know that the Model 3s though
nice,
are rear-wheel drive and you can like turn everything off.
Isn't it a Model 3?
Model 3, but it's the like the cheapest base model, so it's got like no other add-ons. Like the Model S and stuff, the fast ones, the plaids, I'm sure you can take all the names
The
off.
plaids shit the bed in value, like 50 grand now, and they were 120 during the vid.
Really? Yeah, I got the absolute cheapest lease I could get end of the year last year.
Nice. We were thinking about doing something to you, like taking the driver's seat out or taking the wheels off and leaving it on the lift or something funny, but
it's just for us
it was all way too much work, so we decided just to pretend like someone could steal it. We actually wanted to see if anybody would steal it.
One guy took a shit in there.
Was it Dirty Bob?
It
and
was
the boys?
Evan.
It was Dirty Bob and the boys, huh? How long were you just out there for?
Oh, dude, like 10 minutes? Freezing.
Before I even got there, or
Dude,
what?
Also, the whole time we were waiting for you to get out and like be dramatic, throw your hands in the air or do something, like no emotion whatsoever.
I'm such a dramatic guy.
Oh, point taken.
Zero?
What?
Just the arrow?
That's it. That's it.
All the dots are off.
That's all you get.
Just the wing?
That's it.
Do a brake stand.
Do a brake stand.
Do something cool.
I'll do it.
Drift it.
Relative strength.
So much peer pressure around here. Come on, let's go. You're here. You're out of the house, away from the wife and the kid. Make it worth your while. Send it. Why is the dumpster here?
I actually have no idea why it's there.
Futu's going again. JD.com is trying.
The Factor. That's actually a cool container. I've never seen one branded before.
That is actually cool.
With a logo on it. Anyway. Alright, watch out.
Mid to high 40s. I'm telling you guys right now. Junk, but
it looks like the diff opens up.
Yeah, it does,
no
for
power.
sure. We gotta weld it for him.
It looks like the diff opens up. Like you're mid spinning tires and it's like the diff isn't staying locked up and spinning both wheels. It like opens on you.
Super sticky tires, low horsepower as well. And also a terrible driver mod.
Does it have a limited slip?
I don't know. Something I do not know about this car. Let's see if we can slide a little bit more.
Huh. That is interesting that it seemed to struggle there doing
I think that was the driver.
that. You need to weld the diff shot.
Well, wouldn't you know it? Look at Lulu. Oh, Lulu. Looks like it's failing to hold prior day's high. I'm telling you guys right now, you keep your eyes on this. This thing could start to get ugly. It could really start to get ugly here. Now, why is my 3 minute all crunched in like this? Why does it continue to do that? Such bullshit, man. But the stocks I look at, they're weak stocks. It's not like they don't have news or a catalyst, volume. I would just appreciate, like, I want you guys to give back some constructive criticism. But if you guys make dumbass comments, like, it's cool and all. But it's not if you're just like, you guys are gonna like say dumb shit instead of just, well, I'm not speaking to all of you obviously, but you know, if you're gonna say something, why don't you just ask, or give a statement on why instead of just coming out with a slur saying like you know it all. Your mama didn't raise you that well, right? You're just gonna make yourself look dumb. There's a reason why we're looking at JD.com. There's a reason why we're looking at Mara, Riot. Right? Look at these things. Look. Jesus Christ. But that's all I ask. And like, you know, if you don't agree with what I'm looking at or something, just ask why. Or if you're going to make a statement and just be so believed that you know it all, then say why you're a know-it-all. Like, say why, what it is that I'm looking at, I shouldn't be looking at it. Because I would love to hear. That's really what I want to hear. I don't, you know, I agree. Sure, you're right. They are loser names. Cool. Why do you think I should not be looking at them? That's what I want to know. Please. What else do we have here? Again, another loser name. That might not be a loser here soon, man. You get this thing back above 80. She might be on this. And look, here we go. It's going to reject it. Look at all the... Still some buyers stepping up here in front of that lower high. I don't know.
The claw at work. This thing's cool. Watching this thing stack containers. It's pretty wild. It goes way up in the air. He's just putting it on the ground. Boring. Boring. Watching him put the one on the top was nuts. Although the backup beeper is annoying. Send it, Jason.
He's backing off the throttle. That or TC's on.
That's loud. It does not like doing donuts.
No. He's smiling though.
It's opening up on you, the dip. You got pretty smoky on that one.
Oh my god, here it comes. We went 3 high, baby. Look how huge that thing is. God damn, what size is this thing?
That's impressive. Make sure to use our promo code DDRIVEN at drift.co or scan the QR code for 55% off. It's less than $5 for your first month.
It's got to be like torture, man. Honestly. It's honestly got to be like torture. Anyway, nothing is like torture like this live stream. Guys, appreciate you guys for being here. Watch for the pullback rejections up here. I'm actually probably going to look to get short the SPY here. And see if we can crack. Let's see if we can go ahead and get through. Why does my 3-minute chart keep doing this, bro? I don't understand. I really don't. There it goes. It's going to break. Watch. This is the level. 598. Gosh. Boom. 595. Low a day. 596. Shit. So what I was wanting to do actually before I forgot the Dow, I'm gonna play some stuff with Dan Niles, so you guys can hear that, so you guys can get a glimpse of what some of the fund managers are looking into.
It's been a strong rally. That does it for us. Have a good weekend, everybody. We'll send it over to Frank Holland and the halftime report.
Sarah and Mike, thank you very much. I am Frank Holland. Welcome to the halftime report. I'm in for Scott Wapner today. Front and center this hour, back on track. The Dow and the S&P, they head for their best week since November. Rates are falling. Big tech is popping. The committee making a whole lot of portfolio moves as well. Joining me for the hour, we have Britton Talkington, Steve Weiss, Brenda Vingello, and Kevin Simpson. We'll get to the markets in just a moment, but first, we have some breaking news out of Washington. Let's get right to our Megan Casella with those details. Megan.
Frank, new estimates from the Congressional Budget Office out just now. They say the federal deficit will hit $1.9 trillion in 2025 and that it's set to climb to about $2.7 trillion by the end of the decade. Now, both of those numbers just slightly smaller than previous estimates from the summer. CBO says that's because tax revenue will now be a little higher than they'd thought due to expected growth in wages and income. That is about where the good news ends, though, in this report. Total debt held by the public is set to nearly double over the decade, and as a share of GDP, it'll climb to 118% from about 100% now. It'll keep rising as both mandatory spending and interest costs are on track to outpace revenues. And the U.S., they say, is on track to spend more on interest over the decade than it does on defense. The economic outlook looks okay. GDP is set to average 1.8% over the decade, PCE inflation to stay around 2%, the unemployment rate to climb a little bit to about 4.4%. Not terrible numbers there overall, but what is clear, Frank, is that this debt and spending trajectory that we're on is forecast to continue. We'll see if this next administration, with its focus on major spending cuts, will be able to make a difference. Frank.
Megan, thank you very much. Our Megan Casella live from D.C. All right, time now to turn to the markets. Taking a look, very strong day on Wall Street right now. Strong week, a winning week overall. Taking a look at the markets, we see that the Dow is up just about 1%. The S&P up just over 1%. The Nasdaq Composite, the best performer, up 1.5%. Also important to note, bond yields, they certainly have eased, making a lot of this possible, this rally that we're seeing on Wall Street. The 10-year Treasury right now checking in at 4.617. It's fallen about 15, 20 basis points this week. Kevin, I want to come over to you. The fall in bond yields, it seems to be a mechanical reaction when it comes to investors. Yields fall. People get a little bit more bullish about stocks as we're looking ahead to Monday, a new administration. What are you thinking about when it comes to the markets and the impact of bond yields?
Well, I think that higher bond yields are an impact, an absolute headwind against equities. And to your point, Frank, we see it. Yields come down, stocks go up. And the big fear for the markets is not like, will the 5% 10-year happen, but when will it happen? And heading into the week, I think the CME Fed futures had just one cut for the Federal Reserve in 2025. That's why midweek we had such euphoria. PPI came out first, which is kind of unusual, then CPI. Not that the inflation numbers were just massively positive. The markets reacted to the fact that they weren't massively negative. And the Fed needs inflation to at least hold and modestly come down so they don't have to talk about rate hikes again. So I think that the market can continue to celebrate a lower yield on the 10-year.
So, Brendan, coming over to you, as kind of a head scratcher, at least year to date, bond yields have risen and tech has been impacted, second worst performing sector year to date. I thought, tech was supposed to be immune to the rise in bond yields because they don't really borrow money. What do you make of what we've seen in tech and the fact that following that very slightly cooler than expected core CPI number that we've seen tech continue to rally?
Well, I think we've seen, no, tech does not have to borrow, but valuation there is high, relatively speaking. It's one of the most expensive parts of the market. So I think that is where the sector does have some impact from yields rising. But I think outside of that, we've also had, as Kevin mentioned, good economic data coming out. Fourth quarter GDP is now estimated at 3% from Atlanta Fed. And we've had a string of really good early earnings reports, which really is supportive. And I think for the market continue to rally, we need earnings to definitely come through. We won't know about tech really for another couple of weeks, but I do think that if the fundamental story is positive, that's great news for large cap tech, although I do think that valuation is a little bit limiting. And I will say, even though they don't need access to capital, they are planning to spend a whole lot this year in terms of CapEx, and I think that could ultimately weigh on the multiples that they're afforded as well.
You certainly know Microsoft, $80 billion in CapEx. Speaking to your point about earnings so far, it's early. It's very early, but EPS up 11% year over year. Steve Weiss, I want to come over to you. I want to talk to you about not only earnings so far. Again, we want to emphasize it is very early, but also the incoming administration. What's your view on what happens next week when investors, they actually see the reality? This is new administration. Of course, after the election, we saw a big surge in equities, and then we saw kind of a cool down in recent weeks as well.
Right. Well, first of all, in expectation of new administration, I would tell you Scott Besson's testimony yesterday at his confirmation hearings was pretty good. It was very strong. And if you didn't have confidence in it before, and I did, I know Scott back from his days at Soros in London many years ago, you should have that confidence now. He said that he's going to proceed in an apolitical way, which is very, very positive because I had big concerns otherwise, and also that he's very focused on the deficit. Now, what's up for debate, going to your question, is what impact tariffs do have. And I do believe that tariffs will have an inflationary impact. That's, to me, inescapable because companies that are operating particularly with narrow margins aren't going to be able to absorb the costs. So, and the manufacturers certainly aren't going to absorb the core costs any more than they have already. Now, China did cut costs, of course, but, you know, with the last tariffs, they may do it again, and that'd be positive. So that's the best case scenario. But before that, I think you've got to look forward optimistically into what the new administration is going to do, because the Biden administration did hold back business, did hold back commerce, and frankly wasn't focused enough on cyber, except in the last couple of days. All those things damage businesses. All those things add to business costs. So you've got to be optimistic at this point. So it appears today the Trump trade is back on. Nowhere more obvious than in Bitcoin.
All right, so you're saying Bitcoin is a clear sign the Trump trade is back on. We're going to get to Bitcoin in just a minute. Bryn, I want to get over to you as well. Are you feeling optimistic? A data point that I saw earlier today, if you want to look at money market funds, over the last 7 or 8 days, about $51 billion has been withdrawn from money market funds. I think some questions about where that money goes. Do you think that's a sign of investor optimism, that they're getting out of those cash positions and potentially putting that money to work in the markets?
No. I mean, I would ignore these money market flows. It's like people keep saying there's trillions and trillions in money market that's going to come into stocks, and that just like hasn't manifested. So I think it's just a small crumb of data. So I think it's spurious and pay no attention to it. I think as it relates to one point about technology, you know, you and Brenda were talking about, you know, tech starting off with a tough year. If you look at XLK, Apple is 15%, and Apple's down 8.5%, almost 8.5% year to date. That has nothing to do with rates. That has to do with Apple's own weakness, the concern about China, the lack of AI, the concern about revenue growth. And so I think that we're going to continue to see within these mega cap names a really big dispersion of return as investors get much more specific on which companies are actually growing revenues, growing earnings, and where do we see a line of sight. So I think that although the aggregate for the Mag 7 are expected to grow 18% in Q4, you know, year over year, that is not equally distributed between those 7 names. It's like NVIDIA, Meta, I think Amazon make up the majority, while Apple comes in the rear of really not having much revenue growth relative to the other 6 peers.
You know, Bryn, to your point, Apple shares down more than 9% over the last month. I want to come over to you, Kevin. You actually recently bought some Apple. So I think the question for you is, did you buy because of the weakness? Were you essentially buying the dip, or was there some other reason to add to the Devo portfolio?
No, Frank, we were buying the dip. This was a stock that we sold out of in its entirety back in December for the valuation concern that maybe it's just not worth 240, 250, got up to as high as 260 almost around Christmas time. So we were out of the position completely. That was the 10th time that we've sold Apple over the past 13 years. And everyone freaks out when we sell Apple, but sometimes, you know, it's a little expensive. So we try to sell high and buy low. It's not a perfect science. But down here at 230, 12% off those highs, it gave us an opportunity to just start to slowly rebuild that position. But to Bryn's point, this is not the most growth-centric of the Mag 7, but we like the share buybacks. We believe in the Apple iPhone 17 product. The service model is great. So with patience, between 230 and 200, we'll rebuild that position.
So people were freaking out when you sold Apple. Are people freaking out that you bought Apple? I mean, some recent reports, that Canalys one in particular, about the decline in iPhone shipments in China, Apple now in 3rd place in China, double-digit declines for 2024. Are you freaking out a little bit that maybe the narrative that we saw last year about weakness in China, and some people said, it's speculation, that it may actually be a reality?
Yeah, I think that their China sales are going to continue to decrease. They can't put the AI on that product at all. And, who knows? China, I think their GDP came out at 5% today. Like, how perfect is that? So you can't always trust their economic numbers, but you can trust the sales that we see out of Apple, and we know that that's decelerating. So if you're into the stock or getting into it like we are, it has to be a thesis outside of a China play.
So, Bryn, you're also an Apple shareholder. Are you concerned about some of the issues that Apple has in China? And do you think it's possibly indicative of this whole Mag 7 basket, that maybe we've seen the best days from these Mag 7 names? NVIDIA comes to mind. I mean, just incredible blowout earnings reports. I think the law of big numbers is, how much longer can it last?
Right. Well, I think Steve and I actually on the same day cut my Apple position in half in December of last year, really because of just like valuations. I think there's other opportunities. I bought more Robinhood, bought more Uber. I just think there's other companies where I see earnings growth. I see positive sentiment in the market. And so I think Apple, once again, we all use Apple products. I think Tim Cook is one of the most amazing, CEOs. I just think that there's a time and place for me to have a bigger position in Apple, and that place is not today, because I really do want to see not their earnings growth, because that's financial engineering from buybacks. You want to see some revenue growth, and I just don't see any signs of that to be picking up. And so that's why I reduced the position to add to other names where I see clear growth, and I saw much more opportunity to have capital appreciation in 2025.
So, Brent, I'm hearing a lot of skepticism. Just by the way, Apple named the top pick by Citi, outperformed by Evercore. Raymond James also has it as outperformed. Brenda, you're also a shareholder of Apple. The street seems to like the name a lot. Here on the desk, some questions about valuation and things like that. How do you deal with it? I think it's also important to note that CEO Tim Cook, he seems to have a very good relationship with the incoming president.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be increasingly important as we're seeing all of these tech companies really becoming much more Washington-centric more recently. But as regards to Apple, I do think valuation is still rich. As we've talked about, I do think that revenue growth is going, relative to the other names in the Mag 7, is going to be limited here. We think it's a positive that they have new product coming out with AI. But so far, reviews have been mixed on the product. I think it's further out in terms of a replacement cycle, but we think one is coming. So that being said, we are at neutral weight position. We do own Apple, but don't think it is the right time to add more exposure here. But we are sticking with the exposure that we have.
Weiss, any thoughts about Apple, the Mag 7, the idea that we may have seen the best out of this group, especially as we come into earnings? A lot has come as kind of a lot of weight on those NVIDIA earnings, especially coming up on February the 20th.
Yeah, first of all, I want to call out something that Bryn said, and she's absolutely right. These numbers, like the flow show and all the other stuff they cite, it's cherry picking per, specific data points to get eyeballs on your written research. In terms of how you invest, those should come into it not at all. You should look at the fundamentals, momentum, whatever your strategy is. That's not part of it. Now, in terms of Apple, Apple is expensive. It's been expensive for a while. It hasn't had revenue growth. It hasn't had real fundamental earnings growth, as opposed to balance sheet manipulation. So those that come out and say, Apple, you have to own it, you can't trade it, Kevin's done the exact right thing. You do trade it because it is expensive. So I do believe you can get better stock performance and better growth elsewhere. And in those names are in the Mag 7. So we've seen them under a little pressure. And I think pressure is an exaggeration. While we're talking about big dollar moves, you're not talking about big percentage moves. That's still where the growth will be. They still are recession resistant. As a matter of fact, they grow during recessions. So why would I want to give up my positions there? But I would consider something else aside from Apple. You might as well own just the S&P index or the NASDAQ index instead of owning Apple, because you get the same performance without worrying about the volatility when they report earnings.
All right, speaking of earnings, we have Netflix coming up in just a few days. Steve, I know you want to talk quite a bit about Netflix, but those earnings coming up, they're going to kick off big cap tech. A lot of, again, weight when it comes to earnings for mega cap tech, but also for the communication services sector. I'm looking at the numbers right here. The estimate is for 22% EPS growth year over year. What are your expectations for Netflix, and do you think that sets the tone for the entire sector?
I don't think it sets tone for any part of the sector aside from Netflix and perhaps Disney. That's really it, because the models are so different than the other companies. This isn't really a technology company. It's a consumer-facing company with a unique brand and a unique product offering. Nobody can match their content. So look, quarter to quarter, it's very difficult to understand what Netflix is going to report. So they've missed some. You know, they've made some, they've surprised big to the upside, big to the downside. But here's what I do know. What I do know is if you've ignored the quarters and you've just held onto the stock, you've done very well. If you've used the quarters when they miss as opportunities to buy more a trading position in addition to your core position, as I've done, then you've done exceptionally well. So that doesn't work with every stock, but it does work with Netflix. And if you look at their content, you monitor the content, they're said the other day, they're going more after, with their content, non-US speaking countries. So that increases their subscriber growth. So everything about Netflix is going in the right direction, including sports. And let's not forget, they're still one of the cheapest, one of the least expensive streaming services out there. So why wouldn't you want to own it here? They've still got not only the pricing levers, but the content levers to pull. So, yeah.
You also recently bought more, but it sounds like it's a long-term hold. This isn't a trade, because you're saying the volatility quarter to quarter, and again, after earnings, it is one of the most volatile stocks on the street following earnings, but you're saying it's a long-term hold. You can't hold it quarter to quarter. It's not a trade. Kevin, you also own some Netflix as well.
One more thing, Frank, one more thing, if I could. I don't look at volatility as risk. I look at volatility as opportunity. And the opportunity is, if the stock moves quite a bit and it really skyrockets, take a little off. If it goes real low, then buy a little. So volatility can be your friend if you know how to manage around it.
All right, speaking of, shares up about 2% right now. Kevin, you also own Netflix.
Yeah, if they have a sell-off here, Frank, I would be a buyer into any type of weakness. Steve talked a really, really long time about Netflix, so I won't go into all the detail, but I think the live sports and the advertising is the key that we really want to focus on moving forward. The Tyson experience, the NFL on Christmas Day, and Raw is Netflix. I mean, if you've got Rhea Ripley, this isn't a company you want to bet against.
I think you're also a big fan of the World Wrestling Entertainment, and it's not sports exactly, but it is live programming.
Raw is Netflix, man. WWE, let's go.
Speaking of mega cap tech, you're also you're buying more Meta. So obviously we had some big news today when it comes to TikTok potentially getting banned on Sunday. Did you buy the Meta in anticipation of that decision, or was there some other reason?
No, we didn't, Frank, and we're not of the mindset that that's really going to happen. It would be a great catalyst for the Meta and some of these other companies if it does. But much longer term, and talking about some of the Mag 7s that have lower valuations, cheaper companies, and as good as this stock has done, and it's amazing how well it's performed over the past 18 months, it's still relatively cheap. They're spending a lot of money on CapEx. You touched on this earlier, Brenda, but this is a stock that makes a lot of money. It's very diversified. They have another opportunity with advertising and YouTube that they haven't touched or really tapped into like Netflix. And lastly, their hardware is incredible. It's affordable. It works really well. And I think it's as good as anything that Apple puts out.
Brenda, you also own Meta. Do you think they're a beneficiary of either a TikTok ban or just the threat of a TikTok ban? So many people going on TikTok to use the TikTok shop and use what people call social commerce. Do you think Meta is just a beneficiary, just the threat of disruption leads to more buying of Meta?
Potentially. You know, the company definitely stands to benefit if there's suddenly we don't have access to TikTok anymore, because it's become such an important means of advertising and of social trends happening on TikTok. So certainly you could see that some of that pick up with Reels or Instagram. So I think there could be a potential benefit there. But I do think to Meta's benefit in general, even if there isn't a TikTok ban, it's just that the company has really been able to utilize AI and really push through great content to users of the platform there that was welcome, even though it's advertising related. So they've done a tremendous job on that front.
You know, Bryn, while we're talking mega cap tech, you have pretty broad ownership, Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA also owning the triple Qs. Some notes out about the triple Qs. I want to get your take on the triple Qs first, and then get your reaction to some of the notes out about moves in the triple Qs. Bryn?
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, sure. I think that, first of all, as we come out with earnings this quarter, I'm going to reiterate, I think there's going to be a lot of dispersion. When you look at Microsoft, which I think got an upgrade recently to over 500, you know, Microsoft is going to grow revenues at around 11%. So I don't think that Copilot, we've seen real adoption. I question that. We use Microsoft Enterprise, and I just think at $30, it's really expensive. That being said, on last quarter's call, they said that the cloud revenue was going to reaccelerate in the back half of the year. And so I think for that, Microsoft continues to get a bid and probably does well through this earnings if that reacceleration in Azure actually starts to come true, because that's the majority of their returns. And so I think that as you see Amazon, Microsoft, you're going to have strong numbers. I do question, as I said before, I just don't think Apple is going to be reflective of the performance of the other 6 names this year.
All right, what about the overall basket of the NASDAQ 100? Any thoughts they might be hitting an area of resistance? BTIG putting out a note believing that they may be hitting resistance at the level that they're at right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, the NASDAQ, you know, the QQQs have been one of the best performing asset class over the last 20 years. So for me, it's a core holding. And I think that if you want to be defensive, you can buy JEPQ, which is the Qs and sells calls against it. And so I think, you know, they added Palantir, they added MicroStrategy inside of the NASDAQ 100. So I just think this is an exciting exciting ETF to own, because you get the best growth companies in the world in one simple low-cost ETF.
Yeah, right now, triple Q's up about 1 3/4 of 1%. We want to get some more committee moves. Brenda, you sold AMD, American Tower, and Mondelez. You also trimmed your Adobe holdings.
Yes, so we were pretty active yesterday, much more than usual. But you know, when we look at AMD to start, you know, the stock has lagged, certainly, the broader market. They do have about 50% of revenue is coming from PCs. PC chips. I think there is an opportunity in GPU, which has been growing, but when we look at something like a Broadcom, we think it's much more apparent how Broadcom is going to win in this environment, how they are winning in terms of their much more specific platform-related offerings, where it's chips and software, and really catering to companies that are going to really develop their own chips in this market. On the consumer staples side, we did exit Mondelez, really moving away from processed foods, even though there is a growth story there internationally. I think some of the trends in the U.S. could spill over to international. But Kimberly-Clark, which is a much more traditional staples company, but there is a story there with some reorganization that they've done internally, which should drive margin improvement and overall earnings growth in the double digits. Also trimmed Adobe. Adobe has been, I think, in part misunderstood, but gave some really conservative guidance.
But is it a trim? I mean, you cut half the position. That's a bit more than a trim.
We cut half the position. I think still a very viable, important company within the document space. But when we think about overall growth, management gave guidance for high single-digit growth this year, which is a disappointment. So we felt it was made sense to trim the position and establish a new position in Snowflake with the proceeds.
Right. You were very busy. I want to get to all your buys. Kimberly-Clark you mentioned, Broadcom you just mentioned, you alluded to it at least. Snowflake and also Wynn Resorts. So you're getting into the gaming space.
Well, we added to Wynn Resorts. We already owned Wynn. We increased